about the sage, Awolowo, and so on. But the same Awolowo, in his autobiography, where he rebuked many people who were praising Kwame Nkrumah, or see her in his autobiography, that now when Zeke, when he was a freelance journalist at the time, when Zeke holds court, he'll be standing outside from the window listening to this great man speaking. That these people, and they are able today, Kwame Nkrumah and the rest of them, now has to Zeke those conferences when they were dealing with the British. But look at us. Nobody praises our own. No one identifies who we are. I got watching it. Now, this thing that happened was a dry run. They made here before 2 times. Meso girl, but the first dry run. And they intimidated her. She kept quiet. And all of us even attacked her. Now it's happened again. It was not by accident, it was planned. This man of Femi, Fanny, Kayode, and some of them that not quietly. Do you know what they are doing? They are the think tanks planning all these things, and they are properly rewarded. Fanny to protect these things because when I forgo their acts during the last election. And I know think tank, the same think tank. I know this lady that spoke last said, "I know Chorondi Boka, Mami and the Gulapu, so I told him wisdom to be in that think tank." But I get what I saw now. I believe in mine well. I'm a chance. So I will opportunity and take advantage where they are creating a force. We should not be lamenting anymore. Because failure got an opportunity. Opportunity I naturally have governor. But I need it all even spaces. If we're buying if we're buying an attack in the Biafra attack in the wait, can you can the Boko Haram Fulani bandits. And with many names on a bomb of the top of the Kafabo. If you go on the north, totally criticize them. And the woman to pursue better and on refugee camps in the country. But I knew about the Kamali here. The Mokane we have enough of the Roba and the Roba Kasha. What happened for the Sorugi? Do for the other side. Never know, not going to happen. And so on. But they're strategically placing themselves. So far, they're from all angles. But I never condemn. Now, I never is a strategy. Emily had a strategy during the Israeli war before the independence. Sometimes he flew to something. They put dust all over the place as an Indian with nuclear weapon. When I frightened the Britain. All. But 1911, everything on 1909, the intelligence. Let's discuss. Let's this one. And you get strategies and kind to treat the enemies within. Enemies within where I get treated first. And I get by identifying them. We write down their names and we vote on who we should be going after. We have to be intentional. Because these people are collaborating with the enemies. And they can light and so on and so on. Can they light time? They put leaders. I'm more on leaders. All those are call Peter Amba, call Soludo, call people. And then they just go before. These people are not Ndibo. They are from Ndibo. is why we people from who are we? We're going to put it. Can you establish some our own stuff and so on? I can establish something, but Bible honor your father and your mother. Have we done that? No. This organization now, they've done a lot of bad things, but I accommodate things. We must not be seen abusing them. Because when we do that, the enemies hanging beside us takes advantage. So can you choose? I'm on your the youth, organize the youth. Can organize the youth? On Ghana, was it the one? Is it the one that is led by Zoro something? The one that took the whatever he did to the Sultanate to discuss or plead with them. Are we not aware? Today, I know a leader, the President General, on Azuta, Senator Azuta Mata, from Rivers State, all on the head today. So he came to chairman is a disrespect to if we really want to use them. So let's contact Senator Azuta Mata. Oh, now cordially. I put it right so that I can use it against anybody that messes up with us. He creates a think tank. A think tank who can even create somewhere. The MND Muslims are as in a Muslim community who challenge so some of us decide that can you create our own so that can you respond to all of these especially in Nigeria. Can you Nigerian community but it was sabotaged. So here now suggests can you hear a way of creating those things and making it use like we can even and go see because you will not have that energy, the ginger. So I get a video for you need to respect us. Some of them kind of and once we do something like that, Ngilo will fear us. The first thing we have to do is to identify these enemies within. If we can do that, we use them as examples. Because once we could do it, the enemies will be afraid of us. Do you think anybody is afraid of us?
One second, Ikem, 1 second. Ikem, can you hear me? Ikem, can you hear me?
These kids must never repeat that exam. Never. It's not only that they have spent time and their money and so on. It's an abuse. And they did it on purpose. So and the rest of them, the bigoted tribalism on Asarok. And that is an example, including the drug trafficker. So you can incorporate every day. So you can you make an ago can I for a fine of Madicon? Ago Udo. It's a lion. Or a tiger. But bro, not so of but Udo the Anaro. Can you even this title at the level? Exam for mistakes? No. I can create here kind of like intelligence. But I'm not condemning not intelligent. But no, can this is intentional? Can you play one account? We've done this war. I can never look before. Can never say Harrison. Can the lady that spoke before me? Can never many others because I have a lot to say. But for now,
All right, thank you.
Mazike, Biko, please. That is one title. Please. No, Mazi, Biko. Eh? All right. Agudo, I don't know if you like to say.
I could
Yeah,
sorry,
Daniel.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear
yeah,
you.
so good. Okay. I
hello,
think
I
I
could
just saw Ohaneze Youth has put out a statement. I'm trying to actually see if the Daily Post have shared it on their timeline. I just got the link. So please, we can all share it as well because it's all about as we are making requests and
hello.
some people are making efforts to. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's me. Can you guys hear me? I'm hearing somebody say hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we
Can
can
hear
hear
you
you.
very well.
Yeah. So I'm saying that
I was
Ohaneze
still
Youth
here,
has put out a statement, and I'm trying to
and someone
track
acknowledge.
it and see if Daily Post. Ndị ka unu gwara ya na enwe na-ekwu okwu na maybe he's not hearing.
1 second. Ikemoto, someone is speaking, okay? I don't know if you can hear.
Okay, so
Okay, go ahead.
yeah. So I'm going to share. I'm going to link to you now. I go to okay. I'm going to find it and share it so that we can share it on the JAMBHQ for people to look at and promote that. So any other person who is issuing the statement of that people group, we need to amplify it because at least some of us are making demands and people are making their own efforts to contribute to it. Other things are
Yeah,
also in the
Daniel. If
works.
you if you're able to find that out, please share it so we can take our time now to go through it and understand if
Yeah,
these guys are starting to get serious because desperate times calls for desperate measures. No time to play. We've been saying
yeah,
this shit for a long time.
exactly. Yes. So I spoke with Akinta offline. He's putting
All right.
pressure. He's
We really
playing his part.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you very
So
much.
yeah, sure. So with that, Agudo, take over. I sent you a message. Just check that as well.
Yes, okay, no problem. Influential, I think you are next. Yes, you are next, influential.
Right. Thank you very much. Agodo, we want. I've been waiting on the phone all this while. Immediately, I decided to say, okay, let me just take a walk away. I was hearing influential speed, and I might pick my call and pick my phone. Yeah, great people. Thank you very much. I love the way we are handling this space. I'm happy. I'm happy with that. I'm happy. For people calling you Agudo, you corrected me at the initial time that is Agudo. It's not Agudo. So I bet when I
Thank
hear
you very much. Thank you.
it's Agudo. Odo.
Agodo. Agodo.
Bam. So Odo is a rope used in drawing something very strong and huge. And Agu again, you say that the man a double barrel greatness.
There's
Thank
no
you.
peaceful lion. Cannot be Agudo. There's no peaceful lion. Agudo as how.
All right, thank you. Harry. You see that your great works is showing every day, everywhere, anytime. There is no time you talk about situation that has to do with bigotry in Nigeria.
Wait, hold on. Is this our guy, Chooks?
Yeah, that's
Oh my God, I was just about to
him.
tell you not to sing, man. I was just about to tell you not to sing. It was because I go don't unmuted. Come on, bro. Please.
All right. Chooks, nice to see you this morning. You changed your name, I
Thank
see.
you very much. Yes, it's among the job we are doing in Nigeria, at least for the purpose of our survival. So that's why I have to change it. So I've got to influence people, influence them on my phone. They got to have to be influenced. That's just the good thing there. Now, you see, this jam issue, I'm happy it's happening right now. And I'm happy people are beginning to see what some of us have been screaming from the wilderness. And they do call us anti-progressives. There is no way a goat or a sheep can have a mutual understanding in the company of lions and jackals. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's either the goat or the sheep is not seeing very well. It has an eye issue that is not seeing very well, seeing the jackals and the lions as if they are goats, or the lions they have a DNA exchange that they cannot see goat as a male. What we face, what we saw in JAMB should let us understand what we have been seeing over the years. I happen to be, as a teenager, I came to Lagos, and from that time, I've been in Lagos. I passed through different levels, there's different areas, different, name it. And I came out after this over 50 something years, and I come to say to myself, yeah, I have understood what is happening. If you do not accept the truth of what is happening, then you're telling yourself a big lie. I blew my steam very much in another space that I spoke. But the truth we have to see right now is this tribe, they are endangered tribe in this country. You might believe me, you might say I'm exaggerating it, you might say it hasn't gotten to that extent. If you do not, anybody who wants to beat you, like what we normally do when we're in secondary school, you mess up in class, they will leave you. What they'll do is that they wait for you at that junction where they know you branch away from. They'll wait for you. If you do not get to that junction earlier than those people that want to beat you, you will definitely go home crying. But if you get there before them, you're free. If we don't learn how to be there before them, we will definitely keep crying. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, it doesn't make much sense when they say we're always playing the victim card. But the truth is, that word hurts me. Mesoma came up with that stuff, and everybody, I knew how many people that laughed at me with the Mesoma's issue. I especially when the girl came up to accept and say, "Oh, I did it. I was involved in it." For 3 months, I couldn't speak loudly in my area. They keep bringing that thing up, kept bringing it up. So with this that happened, everyone will now know that while we are sleeping and clapping hand and waiting for our effort to do something, some people are somewhere waiting for that effort to be trashed. I do not believe that crocodile tears is just a Nollywood action where the director say, action. Patients also cry. At the end of the day, clean your eyes, collect your money, put for pocket. Job well done. Everybody clap for you. Anything less than heads rolling in JAMB is unacceptable by me. It's unacceptable. Oh, now, okay, they came against your source of income. Ban this, ban that, when they know that you are in the business of 80% to 90% of importation is your business. They ban to affect you. Later on, you were able to sell one or two things, and then you came up again and do your business. They now came up to your properties, those ones you use a mortgage. They now make sure that they do what? Bring them down, telling you that it's illegal. You did not get a particular certificate. You did not get this because you won't have a fallback. And then now found out that you went to your communities and you raised funds for yourself and come back again alive, booming. They now say, oh, let us go and attack every authenticity of whatever they are doing. You stay standing strong. They now came for your children. They know that those are your tomorrow. I don't know how you see it. I don't know how you view it, but I'm telling you how I'm seeing it. And I know tomorrow I'll be right. Get their children, scatter their mindset, education so that they won't have that ability to be in educational line anymore. Make them feel that their effort is fruitless. I knew when my kid brother was to go into naked. He came back crying and said that the lecturers are wolves. I'm not trying to deride some people. I mean, I'm not trying to put some people down, please. But I'm just using this as an example. This boy, he stayed at home for 2 months. He said he wasn't going to that school. He's going to change. And again, he had left Calabar, Unical. He ran through the window because he didn't know that the room he was to stay the night during his registration. He didn't know that it was the court people would hit that night. And when they did hit, he jumped through the window. Thank God he's a sports person. He would have hurt himself beyond regaining his listen again. And then he said, I'm no more in Calabar. They said that the place is cult infested. I'm coming to Naked. And it was now the lecturers. This, that, every month, this, that. After 2 months, my father told him that if you were me that was hiding your brothers, your elder brothers during the war, caring for them, caring for my wife, my pregnant wife, my wife and everybody, what would you now say? And you don't even know where to head your head. My brother picked courage. He said, I am going back to that school. I'm going to give it to them back to back. He went back to Naked. Let me shock us. That boy happened to be the best among the lecturers. Innovation. So I want to encourage us, and I'm putting it across to us right now. Let us not take this, let's say, take it, chest it like a man, chest it. No, we're not going to chest it like a man. We will just chest it, put it on the ground, and kick the hell out of the people that want to put us down. Look at my influential. Look at my my DP. You see that I'm wearing that bigotry on my chest. What else will you tell me that will hurt me when the one in Ashurok is part of he got to that place by virtue of his bigotry? Reno is trying to get there. Boala is there. So it shows that when you do the wrong thing constantly, it exalts you to a particular place. But at this moment of jump, we should not discourage our children. We should not give our children the impression that their fathers and mothers and guardians are weaklings. We should stand in gap and stand on our feet and protect our children. They are our tomorrow. If our own parents did not protect us during 1967 to 1970 Holocaust, I'm not sure we'll have any need to stand and hit our chest that we are Igbos. My words might be hard, but my chest and pain and emotion is even harder than what I'm saying. I'm being reasonable so that good dog will not mute me and say, now, since it's a recorded space. But I'm saying any father that will watch his child go through issues and not put his foot down, and you're saying you don't want people to think that, then that father is not worthy of the semen that came out of his body. Let us demand, one, there shall be no retaking of any exam. No retaking. I am against it. Let nobody come to me and say, if you don't, we are not going to retake anything. We're not retaking any exam. No, that one that we took, they should revisit it and then mark it accordingly. And after marking, let them release the scripts that they use in marketing. By so doing, they have taken a step to clean up the shit. But for them to go back, the 6 months, 8 months, people prepared for job. Well, Chineke. That's why I know the live verse when I talk. Okay. All right, calm down. Now, thank you, Agodo, for giving me bell. One day I go thief this bell, not going to use them again. Let us try to give our children that sense of protection. Sister Nkechi that spoke my mind. Thank God that he spoke, and the other man that came later to speak, both of you spoke what I would have spoken. If not, Mbreba would have rang before now. Make I just respect myself, step aside and listen. I go still request for Mike again. Thank you very much, Agoda. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Influential, for talking.
I was not thanking Influencer for talking. I read this here. Good morning, guys, again. Starman, the mic is yours. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Agodo. How you doing?
I did okay. Good morning.
I don't know where you got thief that name from, but For my eye, no reach lion, talk less of the rope with then they use draw lion.
Njide gị na mmadụ ntọkasịa gị arụ eji m ego egote ya.
Ah, Chigonu there. King Harry, king of trigotry, bigotry, quadrigotry, king, all hail King Harry. Hey, where my guy? The blue sky don't go. I forgive him my own hailing, but anyway. And yeah, I listened to when Dutch spoke. I think we should start pushing for Dutch to be Ohaneze, the next Ohaneze chairman, for real, guys. And these days, if you guys notice, these days I go around, typing "God bless PDAPC" because they say Nigeria is all we got. So I've decided if you can't beat them, you rejoin them. So I've rejoined. And talking about JAMB, I mean, I think I'm not here to say I told you or anything. No, no, no. I'm not even here for. I mean, this is what I said in the last piece, but it still moved me down. That's I know they do agenda again. I'm now a fellow nigger, fellow zoo nigger. So yeah, yeah, I think we should take JAMB to court. Yes, let's take them to court. And this nonsense has to stop. And someone was also speaking about we need to start making our own institutions and all this kind of thing. Yeah.
But Starman, can I ask you a question?
Hey. Okay.
A quick one, please, and I'll give you back the mic.
Yeah.
All right. This jam infringement
Mm.
seem to happen in 5 states, supposedly under your jurisdiction, based on USB. What's your reaction to this?
Well, I mean, I don't get what you're saying. Can you clarify?
All right. On December 2nd, 2024,
Mm.
your team declared the country,
Mm.
and this jam infringement that seemed to happen in the zoo country seem to affect mostly countries or states in your country.
Mm.
What is your reaction to this?
Well, I said I'm not. I'm now following you guys to do on Nigeria, and we already know that Nigeria, they are.
So does that mean
Their
you've
thing is
renounced your
always
USB
somehow. Huh?
citizenship? Does that mean you've renounced your USB citizenship?
I'm not even one Nigeria with you guys now. Should you guys said Nigeria is all we got? You
Does
can't go
that
against
mean you've
this federal
renounced your
government.
USB citizenship? Yes
Nigeria
or no, sir?
is after God is Nigeria government. So what can I
But have you renounced your USB citizenship? You not feel be Christian, still be Muslim now.
see? As long as that history is there, we will always some of us here will always
No,
be Biafrans.
stop
But
going so that you can have the
for now,
mic
I
and
mean,
you can
for
continue
now,
with
I'm
your
doing nigga
submission.
with you guys. Sorry,
So you are now
Nigeria. Sorry, Nigeria.
you've renounced your El Dorado country.
Well, let's Nigeria. Shebi is El Dorado, we too are looking for Nigeria to be giant of Africa. Let's continue. At least
Yes,
that
now,
one
but
is
since
already
December
on ground.
2nd,
So let's continue.
your country has been like that. Why did you renounce it? Or why are you renouncing it
Guy,
now?
so wait. I tell you, say I'm now a fellow Zoo nigga. That one is not enough for you.
I just wanted to get things clear. I don't understand what you mean by the N word. I don't say it.
Nigerians are niggas now. So you didn't know? You didn't watch that video that was going around where the Anoyibo
No.
man was even saying why Nigerians haven't changed the name.
No, I didn't.
All
But to go back to the question, does that mean you've renounced since you're now an N word, like you
right,
said,
Zoo nigga, yeah.
uh, what that means you renounced your USB citizenship?
Yeah, if that's how you see it, yeah, I guess. I mean,
You
the fact
you're
that
no
the history
longer you're
happened
not.
that we were once Biafrans, I think we will always be Biafrans. But since some people believe in Nigeria is all we
So
and that's
your country you declared on December 2nd has started to live in your heart.
the declaration still stands, but for now, I'm getting carried away by this hysteria. This was 2027 years ago. So I want to, I think,
Stammer,
how you guys.
Stammer.
Uh-huh.
Can I ask you a question, please, so that you can answer the question everything together?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
All right. The question is this: that so this is a UMT. I just want to know where you are coming from, and just want to see. So it's in simple term, why 65 centers, 2,000 206,610 candidates were affected in Lagos zone, comprises of only Lagos State. 92 centers, 173,387 candidates were affected in Owerri zone, which include the Southeast Dam. What did you understand by that? Thank you. And I will wait till I am able to talk.
Uh, Nigeria doesn't work. I mean, well, okay, we are trying to make it work. Myself, I want to help now to try and make
Ah,
it work.
Mr. Sam, I beg no vessel. Please, everybody, I posted this snapshot on the page, on the message. Please check it. And also go to the website. The Jam Center have produced the whole information about what happens. Please read it, I beg. Make we no spoil Nigeria. Nigeria go better, I beg.
Yeah, exactly. Nigeria go better. I mean, even though I've been saying that since I was a kid, but now I've got some.
No
Well,
vessel, the thing we are here for this place na katakata.
All right,
but,
Michael, you go calm down. You go calm down for a second. You understand?
so
Your time will come. No worry. You see where they engage Starman. Me self go engage you like that. All right. So Starman, please continue.
okay, so yeah, we should take Jam to court, our so-called Nigerian courts, and
But
I hope.
where are we taking them to? Biafran court or Nigerian
No,
court?
no, Jam is Nigerian now, so is
That means Biafra is Nigeria.
those. See, don't be asking me about Biafra again. Me, I'm out now. I'm now.
Because I know you as a Biafran apostle
Yeah,
now. You
but
want to
I've
run from your
left.
identity. What
I've
did they
left.
happen to you, bro?
Maybe you guys were there when they kicked me out. Even yeah, I've left.
Oh, they kicked you out.
Yeah, so I'm now.
Oh, just like Nigerian
I'm
politicians, if you
now.
don't stop for them for abroad, they'll come cemetery, come bury themselves.
I'm now trying to do reconcile. You know how they do reconcile repentant Boko Haram.
All right, man, just drop your
So
thing
I'm not
and
trying to reconcile
wrap
with
it up
Zoo.
for a sec,
Okay, so
please.
someone I heard someone say we should do our working convention and always use yeah, that's the kind of things we should be suggesting to Hanese, our Southeast governors. And like I said, if they don't want to do it because we're always telling them to do things for us, but those guys be like say fly die here. We can start our own organization as an alternative organization and do the same thing. We not be small children now. We be adults. We go school. So, we should have our own convention, marking convention. So if Jam mark finish, we go use our own compare. And we should do the same thing for this 2027 election. Our own kind of like so that when INEC count finish, our own INEC will compare. You know, and I had to say about we're in the era of conservatism. Well, I mean, from this diaspora, much international news and geopolitics, it's like it's everywhere. It's a testament to Ndibo. We're the ultimate peaceful people. When the whole world is doing conservatism, we must be doing kumbaya and liberalism and progressive. Is a testament that yes, Ndibo were accommodating. And even when the whole so much that against the grain of the whole world being
Stammer.
Yeah, and I think the gods got Starman there because he was saying a lot of potopoto. But for the respect of the host,
So,
Agudo,
Harrison, Harry,
yeah.
Yeah, I think can we quickly go over people because I've been seeing people who have
Yeah,
been interested in
exactly,
these
man.
issues.
Yeah. Sharply. I think
So
King of
after
Lagos is here.
so after Starman will be King of Lagos, Chuka, Tis Hair, E My Care, and Anakwe. That's the list so far. And then I guess it will
Filled yet.
be
They say it's
okay.
not filled yet.
Starman, you know you cut off for a while.
Oh right. What was the
Yeah, we
last
couldn't
thing?
hear you.
What was the last thing said?
I don't even remember what
Okay, I was
you
talking
said.
about how the world is in an era of conservatism.
Okay, here you go.
But for some reason, we Ndi Igbo we want to do liberal kumbaya through against the grain of the whole world in a conservative swing from Trump to Hungary to Holland to Germany to France to Italy, all of them on a conservative. It's only us in Nigeria, where even other Nigerians too are on a full conservative swing. But it's only us that, for the sake of saving Nigeria, we have to maintain kumbaya. And yes, they said like before this my new conversion, I used to say Nigeria was a failed state. Some people came and argued that no, it's not failed yet. Yeah, let's try and save it. And even if we have to keep trying to the last minute, when the thing we if it can't be saved again, let's even though other people are conservatives now and it doesn't really look like anybody cares about Nigeria anymore, but let's his sacrificial lamb always has a first place in heaven. You guys know that. So there'll be a special place for us in heaven. I used to say that there's the alumagerization of the zoo going on. That's actually the process we're going through now. After that, well, in sync is after alumagerization, the next line of the next step in process is Islamization, then Fulanization. But I guess, yeah, one Nigeria, we have to harmonize somehow. So when all of us are on the same poverty level, like Alumajiri, and they're using things like this jam to drive, reduce our quota, like Alumajiri, then we can have a good one Nigeria. You know, and someone was accusing Igbo conservatives, like I used to be. Now I'm a Kumbaya fully. But to be honest, the conservatives are not in power. They used to call them noisemakers, miscreants, and they were just making their noise because they weren't in power. So I don't really think it's the Igbo conservatives' fault. Too. I think we need to hold our governors accountable, our senators, local government chairman. Those are the people we really need to hold accountable. And because I don't even think, uh, they say it's jump error. Well, I've heard some people argue that it's the conservatives that caused the jump error because of sit at home, but that's another story. This and I also think like this Southeast economy they used to talk about before. Yeah, it's possible. You know, at least let's be building our economy. Whether Nigeria wants to collapse around us, I hope somehow we can also build border to stop the people that run to where there's flourishing as the Nigeria is collapsing. That's if you can't save Nigeria. And I just heard they killed, well, not even just killed, wiped out a whole Nigeria army base the other day. And I'm surprised Nigerians are not crying because anytime they kill people in the Southeast, that's when all of them start crying. And I'm wondering, as we're doing our Southeast economy bubble, when they kill all the Nigerian soldiers outside Nigeria, when the bandits, because they say we should be calling them bandits, not terrorists or Fulani, not Fulani headsmen, or yeah, but they are bandits, yeah. When they kill all the Nigerian army outside and we don't complain, then they now come to the east and there is no more Nigerian army left to defend the east. Well, I think, yeah, Soludo set up Udogachi. Yeah, so there'll be peace. Peace will reign. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And From last intelligence report I got, I heard there is now 200,000 jihadists in the zoo. 200,000. That's the same number as the zoo army. And they are killing zoo army anyhow with impunity.
Starman, just
Eh? Don't worry, I'll soon land.
Stammer, sorry. When you say zoo, what are you referring to?
Oh, sorry. Nigeria army. Nigeria
Nigeria
army.
Army, they call zoo.
I used to call it zoo before. I used to call Nigeria zoo before, and I used to call Nigeria army zoo army. But you know how you get used to things. So sorry, I have to correct myself. But yeah, Nigeria army. Nigeria army used to have 200,000, and at last intelligence reports I got, the terrorists, the bandits, they are now 200,000 too in number. I remember when they were 50,000. That was about 5 years ago, when they were calling for the ongoing jihad in Nigeria. They are now 200,000, fully armed with drone, everything. With anyway, make I not even talk some of the things where I don't see before that channel go close. But yeah, So I see that 2027 as is coming 2 years before. People are already drunk on political permutation. They are doing all these mathematics. Well, hopefully we vote right next time. I think PVC has to do miracle this time. They promised us he would do miracle last time, but this time he really has to, because Buhari has already wasted 8 years of our lives. Tinubu has wasted another 2 now. That's 10 years of our lives now. From 2015 to 2025, 10 years. Tinubu is going to do another 2, maybe plus 4. That's another 6 years. That's going to be 12 years of our lives by the time he does 4, and then 16 years of our lives if he does 2 terms. And after him, we know he's turn of the North. By the time North do their 8 years, that's 24 years of our lives gone. But make they try. If you feel Japa, before I'd have said Japa, but now no Japa. Oh, me, I'll soon come back. I'm coming back this cross. By the way, this one no be prophecy. This one no be prediction. But there's going to be a major, when I say major, major attack in the southeast region, encompassing up to 4 states this Christmas. Yes, Starman said it, but that's information I had from when I was still, not doing Nigeria. But yeah, so we've wasted 10 years of our lives now. That's even minus the ones before APC came in power. Well, I hope many of us still have many years, even though the average lifespan of a Nigerian is now 54 years because of the stress, generator pollution, 24/7, bad water, bad medicine that the Western pharmaceuticals dump on our people, oil pollution. Yeah, so I let's be praying, let's shall be praying, fasting, doing vigil. And then again, I want to campaign for Dutch, for Ohanese president. Yes, make we put them for line. Those of you who know people that can be not just even writing articles. No, put them for power. Ohanese president, let him stand. Water. And then this jam. Because I haven't heard anybody asking, and I'm now a very concerned Nigerian. The people in IDP camps, like over 3.2 million of them, did they too do JAMB? And what happened to them and their results? And is anybody even speaking for them?
All right, can you run that, please?
Okay, so yeah, my guys, we die here. One Nigeria, love one Nigeria. We die here. My niggas,
Sorry, Akokari, I
my
missed
Zulu
that, man.
niggas. I love you all. Mwah, mwah,
All right.
mwah.
all right. Thank you very much, Starman. Yeah, thank you for your submission. So, Uchi, are you here? Anambra first one.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Please, I sent you a message. Check your DM. Choka as well. Choka, are you there? Chuka. Yeah, Piers Chuka is not there. Please check your DM as well. I just need you to give me confirmation about sending. Okay. Thank you very much. So Agudo. Who's going next? I guess is it Mecca or
I think it's actually Chuka going. King of Lagos. Sorry, King of Lagos going next.
okay? King of Lagos. You go next after you go to Chuka.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Wait. Our king now. Our king of woman. Lagos na woman. Okay. Good morning. Okay.
Okay, Kunume, hope you're all fine. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Well, I'm sorry. I hope I wouldn't be interjected, but I just feel like I never know so big grammar. Somebody was even saying, next election she votes right. Some people were even saying, Juanes and Igbo this that. It's just like your child butter from school. Sigi, oh daddy, on my way back from school, somebody stoned me and I had and broke my bone or something. You see the person, okay, don't worry, let me go and call the Igwe of our town so that we'll go and fight the person. Are you guys joking here? Like something as bad as this was done to your children, and you're telling us to go and call Ohanize Ndibo to come and do what? Are we playing? Like, is this a joke? And somebody is still talking about election. Are we joking? Do you guys know that this thing that happened is just testing waters? They want to get more niru, eh? Una go look for tears. You people will not see tears to cry. All these ones you people are saying here is just a joke. Because when everybody is saying, oh, mosquito beats me, mosquito ataram, let me go and call the landlord of my house and tell him that mosquito beats me in his house. Instead of you looking for insecticide to kill that mosquito, or without all the mosquito come on the spot. Oh no, now say, let's go and call Hanize Ndibo to do what? A whole of Hanize Ndibo. Who told you he has that time to come and be fighting for your children? What happened to us? Why can't we go and fight for our rights? Why are we this cold and docile? Like, we are so docile. It's so annoying. Like, it seems like we are all weaklings. By this time, this morning, JAMB office is supposed to have millions of Igbos protesting for their children. I remember when we said bigotry, some people in this sense when we happen on this app, I said, oh no, don't hate on your fellow Yorubas. Oh, don't hate on them. They are good people. My best friend is Yoruba. My this is that. I'll just be smiling. In my head, I was like, all these ones people are saying is just a joke, because according to bigotry will come to your house. That place you think you are hiding, you are in US, you are in UK, you are hiding a bit. Oh, it's not my business. Obasaram. Bigotry. She's prophesying on her child. You're going to be the best child in the world. You're going to do exploits. You're going to be a big woman or a big man. Yoruba woman, demon, somewhere. Okay, run from them. They eat human beings. They kill people. They do this. They do that. All the things I grew up to believe that Igbos were. It turned out that Yorubas were actually the people who were projecting it on us while they were doing the deed. If you go back, I was just reading the news now. A baby factory was discovered in Ogun State, and the owner, Mrs. Florence Obonna, somebody tagged my post to it. I've been going back and forth with a Yari bastard baboon this morning. He posted that news. I went online, I googled the news. They reported this news in 2014. Eh? And then I saw the news again. It was reported again in 2020. The same Florence Obonna, the same news, copy and paste. propaganda has begun on us since time immemorial, but in the sense when we're in our midst, in the oh, I am holier than thou, I don't do such a thing. They will haunt you, your kids, your unborn children. There is a calculated and premeditated plans to pull Igbos down. This one is not, In fact, as we are speaking, more is already going on in the background that we don't know. It will come up tomorrow and we'll see it with our eyes. Koro, koro. No, not never has to be English. Also, no, don't go and fight for your children. Your children will grow up to call you cowards. Big time cowards. We've been doing the little we can on this app and resetting the brains of this mad set of human beings called Yari bastards. And they have been piping low recently. If you notice, bigotry against Igbos have reduced drastically. In fact, it has reduced by 70%. Thanks to Harry, our chief bigot. You get? But then again, while we are doing it, some Igbo people come and be attacking us. Oh no! And bigotry, and big unafube, anything. Somebody said we should not apportion blame. Me, I'm going to apportion blame because we are sabotaging the future of our unborn children. If you decide that you don't want to fight now, Obasaro, it will touch me and touch you too. If you like, go and hang on top of mass and say, oh, I live alone here. Nothing can ever happen. Bigotry will come and embrace you there. They don't like you.
King of
They don't
Lagos.
want your progress.
King of
And they
Lagos.
hate your guts.
King of Lagos.
Ndibo.
King of
And
Lagos. Can I ask you a question?
you are just going to make me lose
No,
my
no,
trip.
no. I beg no verse, my auntie.
Why
Can I ask you a
this?
question? That's why I just asked if you cannot
Please,
ask me.
Why do you
please,
have to interject? I beg you not
can
to
we
be
just allow the person
interjected.
finish
What
his
is the
submission?
problem? Allow me speak.
No verse, I beg.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I've forgotten what I was saying. Oh my god. Well,
Let him just ask so that you take the time to drink some water and then you continue from where you stop. Don't worry. I believe you. He might care or he might care. Yeah.
No,
Ask your question, please.
if King of Lagos say make I not answer the question, I not go ask her.
you can ask me. You already interrupted what
I
I was
beg no
saying.
verse, I beg. Forgive me, I
Mm.
beg.
Ask
Oh, God.
now.
I beg. The question I just want to ask you is that when you did you read the what Jump released that at least 206 people were affected in Lagos and 176,000 plus were affected in Owerri. Do you still think it is about a Yoruba woman that has one connected bias against some people? Do you think it's the same thing?
Imike, this nonsense you did now of interrupting her train of thought and coming to me, I'm not gonna apologize to you. I'm coming to
Like,
apologize.
I've forgotten
God, calm
everything I
down,
was
calm down. It's the
saying.
same thing. It's the same thing that Jam did. This same thing is
I've
what Jam
forgotten
did. After
every
they did
single
their
thing I
nonsense, they
was
come and
saying because of
apologize and
that.
cry. Oh God, I better not answer this question. I go answer them for them. Madam, if you remember what you're saying, carry on. I bet I'm here, get nonsense. You can imagine. Imagine if my brother wrote wired this year, but I can run a space here and I call this nonsense. My sister, if you remember what you're saying, carry on. Forget that question. I'll answer my still will ask and later. What kind of disingenuous bullshit is this? Crying live on this thing. No,
Wait,
email
wait. Now
like
the,
it,
now
don't
the,
vex.
now the question where you
Yeah,
say you
this,
want to ask be this. Are
That
you
this is the
sleeping?
most stupid question in the world. Please don't interject me again. Thank you. So last 2 weeks there was a this statis sent something about the best students jam bites of the year. Anambra was not in the first 10. And I was on his space and someone was saying, so Anambra is that bad? Like Anambra was not first 10. In my head, somewhere in my head, it just clicked that something doesn't seem right. It is glaring. How dare Igbos? How dare you people, go around the world and you are winning trophies? How dare you produce smart children? How dare you do exploits even without the government? How dare you? You see where you have something underneath your feet and you are pressing it into the ground. The thing is not going down. Be like, what be this thing when they go down? you go and uproot it, that shit is still alive. It is not, it cannot be buried. So let me tell you people, all these ones they are doing is just preamble. And guess what? You cannot bury Igbos. If you like, they should shut JAMB. They should shut education in the East. We will still do okay. I remember some years back, they were saying, oh, Igbo men are local. They don't go to school. Hey! If you go to main markets, all you see is local. In fact, some of them don't go to secondary school. Igbo men rose up and enrolled into universities. Go to main markets, you will see them. Masters, PhD, doing business. All of them graduates. Enter main markets. Most of them are graduates. All of them enrolled into weekend programs or enrolled into universities and all became graduates. There's something they do, calculated efforts. They wake up today and push an agenda. Igbos, we fight against that agenda and they push another one and they fight against that one and they put, are we going to do this forever? Are we going to do it forever? If we like, let's continue speaking English here. The one they will do next time, we will not go even see mouth open space. There is no calling of Ohaneze Ndibo anything. Nobody should come here and be praising Harry. Oh, Harry, thank you for all you are doing. You, what are you doing? You will come here and praise him, and when you are done, you will see somebody will come out tomorrow and say, Igbos drink blood every morning. You will just pass it. This thing you are doing, God will punish you for it. Hell no. Come out as an odogu and fight the person with your mind. Tomorrow, if that person remembers the response he got on his tweet, they did not burn him well to write that thing again. That is how it is done. You get? Right now, we're supposed to go on defense. We're not supposed to be coming here to say, oh, let's go and call the governor of Abia State to come and speak for us. Or let's go and call Soludo. Are you guys joking? Are we playing? Do you know the mental health of these children and what they are currently going through? Like, do you know what they are suffering? Like your child don't know back that they are say, oh, don't worry. Oh, let me go and call a professor, doctor. Let me know how we'll go about it. So taking your child and running to the hospital to find a solution to the problem. Please, let's wake up. Me, I don't understand. I don't know Igbos to be docile. They don't press us, They don't dance at log on our head so much. It is time to end the joke. It's now a joke. See how they are using us to catch cruise. Only Southeast had glitch, and we're here speaking Queen's English. Oh no, you know that. Please, I'm done. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much, King of Lagos. Thank you for everything you said. Anambra Person, welcome to the co-host. I think our guy has gone to. You understand. So the next person that's going to speak now is Chuka, according to the list of my hosts. If Chuka is still here, Chuka, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, the mic is yours, man. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Harry. Thank you very much. Ago, I got ma. Ndị be anyị ekene m unu. I like the energy, big energy, and I want to start by saying that it's we're actually lucky. We're lucky with what is going on now because we're fortunate to have somebody who was paying attention from a technical point of view and was able to see this very well, clearly, and then start shouting. I'll tell you why I said that. JAMB have come to make their statements. Before that, we saw the tweet. My interpretation of that tweet is Professor Ishak proposes, JAMB disposes. Anything else to book, because at the end of the day, everything rises and falls on leadership. Anytime there is fuck up, forgive my language, the first person to talk to, the first person to hold accountable is the leader. In ebe ndị si dị mma dị, ebe ndị si dị mma na-anọ, a na-enwe this problem. The first thing ga-eme go dị bụ onye nọ n'isi I resign go the first of all. I will kọbazi ife a na-akọ. Amalụzi amanye ọ na onwe aka ọdịnife melụ. course, only open a follow if all the obvious to everybody right now that there's no way to hide from this. It is obvious. But I'm gonna get it from angle of action. A lot of people have said a lot of things since last night till this morning. Dodge, there were. I like your submission. Very beautiful. Mana on a every time I have a problem like this, we just start calling leaders in quotes, leaders. I have born the Ohaneze, I have born where the governors. We should talk to the people that we elected. But I bought Kanarandi Ohaneze, on Hadim Kanya na her because na I actually half not because na man we game. Because all declaring to all of us here, no what if I game. Not because now what if I game, but because I now watch you get over the years now. What if you find them when things like this happen? And you didn't elect them. You're not part of Ohaneze. You can't even hold them accountable. You don't even know what they stand for. You don't even know what their vision is. As far as I'm concerned, I am aware of what they are doing. And with due respect, it's not supposed to be a big problem because anyone who Makando Haneze are now adults. When we were kids, and now going to school, that we are the leaders of tomorrow. Now we are the leaders of tomorrow that we talked about yesterday. That's what we are now. So, anytime I check on the Haneze Afa, and I do get on wine, on Anyaboro Haneze of our time, how are we expecting men in their 60s and 70s to do the things that we're supposed to do? If they're not doing it, fine. And your man will go there, but we can't keep hanging on to that. Let me even paint a clearer picture about this because I'm not going to ban the there many times on Twitter Spaces. And one other problem, you could be any the action. In case you haven't heard it before, come queer now. Ohaneze what if I get more about things like this? Why? Ohaneze is under the control of the governors. Ohaneze aboro an independent group. They are not funded by the people. They are not elected by the people. Even in a fan, they na church na libo they decide. So open and church na libo actually mean something. What if I get me wine? When we have this registered in our mind and sealed, then anyamana anye nwere ike itinye olileanya anya befano. Until and when any kind of transformation, complete transformation of the structure of Ohaneze, Ropia from the as Buaria ya Chwachi area of until then, or Baruli in a new one. They can actually do something sometimes when we can release this something, but I need the action. These statements, all these submissions, all these ideas, and I share in a Twitter space is extremely important. But situations like this always demand two-pronged approach. Most of the things they discuss go on Twitter space since last night till now, more than half of them, but a lot of us now, which is Anyake level where we are angry enough, tired enough, frustrated enough to commit to collective responsibility, no matter what it costs us. And when I say no matter what it costs us, what I mean is even if it costs us personal sacrifice, if it costs us personal interest. Because even most of the times, many of us who constantly get together, make all fun, individually. And on a mind, I feel open I join young open and make affect individually. I am achieve completely 100% if I actually aim individually. And this is where the problem lies. Kangun, Nigeria, a problem. Like Achebe said, Nigeria has an Igbo problem. But the truth is that the solution to that Igbo problem is also difficult to create. Although not that difficult at all. Because I will live in Nigeria. I went internet, I went intellect, I went numbers. You could just over the last 24 hours, just look at if I may go already, just now social media and I push back now opportunity. Now imagine more take not just equal now, and take by now going legal actions or actions, each of them directed to different things around this, making demands. Man didn't get a name for the cardinal face or a mere, but funny a mere. Ndị ekwesịrị dị ebe anyị si abịa at all. Ma ọ bụ na anyị enwego a level of organization, I mean collective organization, where we are doing ife anyị kwesịrị ime, a na-eme ya sharp. But na ife mere anyị, ife a bidoro na-achọ, hey, kedu ebe ke lawyer ga-akpọ now? Hey, kedu onye ga-eweta nka? Hey, kedu onye ma onye nka? Hey, ka onye ga-eje na-adịkwu okwu? Ka onye ga-ede nka? Because anyị aka enwebe an organization. So if anyị na-emekọta our fire service approach, anyị nwee nsogbu, onye ọbụla agbaghalịba, we are reacting. Thank God now we didn't react at all. That shows now we go a level of progress, because 2 years ago I brought it to a kokati. I got on a Twitter space ban kata basian kata onyo Nigeria. It is week. General exam on Saturday. But now all go people are gozi maybe take action. And we go see a level of action. But that action is still very small and very disjointed. Because I'm with in there, like I said, I'm with people. I was game where a lawyer got jump into this thing, or lawyers. Mana before when a lawyer got jump on something, it got ma your MO kekunu say a role mo me if you do put what are the steps? On a ben problem, analysis, MSI analysis, it decided what are the outline the action plan, what are the lines of action. Then ndị ga-alụ ọrụ apụta ozugbo lụba ọrụ, enyi dị ego enweghị ego edobele edobe already a ga-eji wee rụọ ọrụ, ego n'ọsọkwa ya bụrụ ọ bụrụ enyi dị extra enwego mechanism eji erase ego anwa. This is actually how we take this thing seriously, and IBD if maybe as seriously ndị anyị na-akpọ ọha na eze anyị na-akpọ afafe oge ọbụla ga-ama na ụmụaka adịghị egwuzikwa egwu. So onwezi ifefa n'izili ime, they will do it. But now, in a check of family if you kwesịrị ime, I don't know if I'm interested. And I go one years yoku. This is what Febis go one file. If I look at our vacation, and many of them they connected to the government in one way or the other. Maybe you have a good minister or one you have a good cause or bulun cause. So if we're gonna tell no we go just one car now, you just pay file and then they inform me before. Eboli dim peri. Malon kageji we unlea. Man, I know about young people cannot build our own lives. And there's so much at stake. If open a man affect directly, some of us more than an exam. So I need a coordinator. So Karap Godi for Aneza, Jugodo why is it that we don't commit to correct collective responsibility? Even Okubo, open us snatching a movement. A kucha in a Twitter space. So open hey, movement, we need this, we need that. Okay, let's take action. Enough for anybody. Cricket. This is actually what I have observed over the last 2 years. In fact, more actively over the last 1 year. Abroad and what if you go? But if you go, you safe. Out of a mad of 50, or believe they come mad of 5. That is serious. Nothing cause an email just nenedanya. A more of my fan check I see any years here. I don't understand it. Manana Joe Momo Governor, can you familiarize like this? Can you familiarize that like? Ipụta n'ife anyị ga-eme ma ekwusi okwu. Does it mean na ife anyị na-ekwu na anyị adịrọ serious about it? Or does it mean na o nwere ka anyị si eme omume ka esi wee zụọ anyị ka anyị si wee too na-eme anyị affect? Because nkwụsị ife anyị na-ekwu now, somebody here is going to ask question. Kedu group enwe group enwe ka a ga-eme nke a ga-eset kwa group ikwukwa na enwe group eset kịta kedu ife a ga-eme next? Ndị mmadụ kwa committed to it. If we do a question again, so any logo level, are we ready now to actually get to the point where we are now proactive and no longer reactive? So that then we are ahead of the curve all the time. When you get to that point, India, when they try again. Open a low level and why so cheer from everywhere. When they try again. Because they don't have what we do. They don't have what we have. And farmer a weakness sign be fine in mind now. Let's wake up. Munem.
All right,
All
talking
right.
about waking up, Chuka. Sorry, Harry. Good morning. Talking about
Yeah, good
waking up.
morning. Go on.
Yeah. So last night I slept around 2 a.m. when we were having marathon meeting around this issue. Nke bụ eziokwu bụ na, we must do something about this. We cannot keep quiet. The good thing is that a lot of people are interested in this. This is not the first time it's happening. There are a lot of revelation, a lot of new information are coming up. People are beginning to see the truth behind the whole shenanigans and the lies. The president, around this whole corruption of institution, is very glaring. It's in the public space. We see the public institutions being used to propagate political individual, or being used to come against a region. We see this happen every time. Recall last year, a lot of people raised very serious concern on the position of WAEC when they came out and started debunking what they put out, to the extent of deleting the video. And fast forward today, you see people were able to intercept the video and show that it was the INEC chairman, the WAEC registrar, that was making the statement in the video. So they are now denying the same video they were making reference to. Also, you see there is a post I made on the Jumbotron where Awaye came out and started debunking that they are not doing any listing. There is no ranking. That the listing and ranking did not emanate from INEC. WAEC. I don't know why I keep calling them INEC. Maybe because they also operate the same way. Interestingly, very recently, earlier this year, Governor of Osun State came out and posted WAEC, or rather NECO ranking, right? WAEC and NECO ranking, really. And that WAEC and NECO ranking positioned his state, Osun State, from 33 to 7th position, and something that they have never achieved in 18 years. And he declared that is a proof that his education reforms are working in the state. Now, that is a rank that was clearly released by the examination bodies in Nigeria. And people are saying, so there is actually a rank. This is the misinformation or misleading information that they put out just to bamboozle some of us. But for somebody like me, I've always known the mode of operation of these people. If you listen to the minister of education and pay attention to what he said, or read what he said, you see that he was much more interested. He somehow sounded excited that students failed, and he attributed it to clamp down on miracle centers. And the word miracle centers are the same word some of these Rono rascals use online every single time that there is education excellence being celebrated from the East. You see them come out and claim that it is miracle center. Anytime someone said, talk about education exploit from the East, they come out to dismiss it and find a way to attribute it to some sort of fraud or some sort of manipulation. And this happened, and they were so happy that it happened. And, for them, it reflected the true results. Now, it's not like this thing happened just yesterday and just a day interval. It happened a long time ago, for over a week. They have over a week, and they acknowledge they are aware that this issue happened over a week, and they are aware of it. But they never made any acknowledgement until some people like Alex started raising eyebrow. And if Alex didn't raise that eyebrow, they would have just ignored and moved on. And thousands of the thousands of people would just be frustrated. If you have written JAMB, you understand the impact of getting frustrated by JAMB. After you must have passed your WAEC and NECO, and JAMB becomes the biggest hurdle. You see all these things happen with all these institutions. If you check the management team of this JAMB, you will also see the problem. I find it very unacceptable that the top 5 management team come from a particular ethnic group, from number 1 to number 5. It is unacceptable. Yesterday, they went to the public, publishing one Fabian Okoro, saying that he is the one in charge of IT. They were spreading this information everywhere. And this is to counter or somehow defend this atrocious act, despite the fact that the body has come out and accepted the responsibility. The registrar has also cried on national TV. Yet, people are everywhere defending and trying to gaslight people who are complaining. When you talk about it, talk about the president that we have experienced over the years as a people, because you don't live our reality. And people come and gaslight us and call us victim mentality and all manner of things. It's no longer anything it's no longer going to change us from speaking out. It's going to embolden us. It has also emboldened us. So we need class action. And this is something that I am calling on everyone. We need to put our money where our mouth is. It's no longer something that we can discuss from from internet or from our phone. We need to get down to business. We need to get to the root of this. For me, I tell them that if I have the capacity of Alex, and I happen to be in that room and he was crying and I have access to the mic, goodness me, if so there is no bigger evidence of bad intent from this body. When they found out that this result on April 25, that was when they found out that there was something wrong with this result. But they went ahead and released it. And they did not even admit this error. They didn't admit when people were calling out this error, when Alex was, you saw they unleashed these Ronald rascals again on Alex, started calling him all manner of names, and trying to make him, imagine if Alex had a very shaky mind, maybe he didn't trust his student, he wouldn't have gone ahead to table this petition. And that's the only way we can find, we're able to find out that this is actually the problem. And now we are looking deeper. That the registrar of this body is Olariwaju Oloyede, is from the Southwest. The director of finance and accountant general of this very body is also from the Southwest. The acting director information technology service department, they have removed the Fabian Okoro they are parading about. They have removed him and replaced him with Fumi from the same Southwest. Then the next person, who is also very director text development department, is also from the Southwest, Ayodele Akombi. Then the Lego department, the director of the Lego department, is also from the Southwest, Abdul Wahab. These top 5 people in JAMB are from the Southwest. And you expect them to do due diligence in taking care of what is going on in the Southeast. The result is what we are seeing. They didn't care to fact check, to check if this whatever they deployed was functioning. So it is intentional error on their part. It is not an error that was committed out of omission or whatever. Is either they are incompetent, and if they're incompetent, they need to be relieved of their duty. That is the due process. So we need to carry out a class action. What we should be discussing now is how. Very simple. We have lawyers, we have senior advocates of Nigeria. We need to stop them from, telling students or getting students to go back and rewrite the exam. We need to stop that. We cannot enable incompetence. We cannot support incompetence, because the more we give room for things like this, it will embolden them to do worse in the future. Less for me, I'm already interested in occupying their offices across Nigeria. It is something very sad but very interesting, really, that any time government body, federal government for that matter, is being called out, a particular people, mostly rodo rascals, always come out in defense of these people as if they are the representative of that government agency. Since 2015 till date, every single time any government agency is on the table for scrutiny from the citizens, these people always rise in their defense. Why? Why? And things has gotten bad to worse ever since 2015. So it shows that these people are intentional on their path to destruction of this country. Now they are no longer targeting our people at the top level or whatever level. They are now targeting the future. No matter how you look at it, call it glitch, call it whatever you call it, this is a premeditated act because they had the information earlier, almost 2 weeks. They didn't act. Since April 25th, they didn't do anything. They are just allowed it, hoping that people will somehow get along and, they didn't even come out to debunk or say something on, assuage the fears of the people. What did they do? They went to the media and started saying that it is an attempt to stop the Miracle Center, that it shows that Miracle Center, miracle way of passing is now working. Making mockery, using the same slur that the Ronald Rascals use online whenever we talk about academic excellence coming from the Southeast. So you see, for those of you who are saying there is no ethnic coloration, look, provided you are under Tinubu, you are working under Tinubu, you can never, ever, ever say you are doing anything without ethnic coloration. It's not possible. Look at Bayo Ononuga. Look at the wife of the president, Remi Tinubu. Look at every single person that's in bed with Tinubu's government. Look at Renu. What's his name? Ronu. What's his name again? Omokri. Look at Bala, the Boala, whatever they call him. Look at all of them. There is a pattern. They know the pattern, and there is also a precedent. So when we are making this, pointing out these things, because we are the one that wear the shoe, we know where it hurts us. We know the people. We know what they are doing because we are the one that are at the receiving end, and we are pointing it out. And we are not pointing it out so that you will change. We're pointing it out so that we tell you that we know what you're doing. So don't come and think that we are fools. And we'll continue to point it out. And for those of you who are always very excited because of this misfortune, especially our brethren, the Elohims, they find it very interesting whenever any mishap or any misfortune befalls the East. They come out to gloat to show us that, oh, you see, you should have been part of this and that. Look, you guys' own case is actually worse because there's nothing as destructive as an autoimmune disease. You guys you are like autoimmune disease because there's no way we'll even remove you from us. You are in us. You are in us, eating us deep like virus. So your own case is exceptional. Don't come here to make it look like, oh, you've been telling us to get out from this country. Look, that's not the solution. We are not running away from this geographical expression. We are here to conquer. Our forefathers didn't fight to be here for us to just run away like cowards. We are not going to run away from these people. We will never do that. We must make sure that, you see, this country, as far as it remains, we'll be here and fight to the end. If everybody now decides that they are no longer interested in this geographical expression, then we will now say, okay, fine. And it will be on our terms, right? It will be on our terms. Look at America, for example. They are looking for beyond. They're even wanting to annex Canada. They want to get Greenland. They want to expand their territory. And you are looking for a way to, to split. What you should do is to find a way to get to the top. That is your aspiration. These people have meeting at high places to design strategy on how to stop us. And what do? Cry? No, we can't cry. Run away? No, now. We cannot. We have gone very far to run away from this. What we should do is to build inward recoil. We have to build inward and recoil. So my point and message is very simple, because I've listened to a lot of submissions trying to make ridicule of the situation, trying to take advantage of the situation to start the emotional manipulation you guys have been doing on our people. We are not going to follow that path. All right? I'm just telling you that so that you know that you are not succeeding. What you are doing, people are seeing through your shenanigans. You are not better. At least these people are admitting their faults. They are crying on national TV. We are pushing the Lego way. We are using Lego way to get them to do the right thing. Have you ever admitted your wrongdoings? Have you ever admitted anything? You have not. Never. You continue, keep on, even right now as I'm speaking, I'm sure many threats are already dumping on me. So what are you saying? So my brothers and sisters, it is now for us to act. Let's put our money where the mouth is. We are already making arrangements on the Lego team. If you have anything that you can contribute, you can reach out to Chuka. If you have anything you want to bring towards making sure that this is actualized. I know some other persons who are also doing that, but we want to do our part. We want to do our own thing. We want to do the one we can do, right? We want to set a very strong record that, look, we can never allow this to continue. Our young people must not be treated this way. And that's what we are taking as a decision. So, Harry, can you hear me? Hello, Harry. Chuka.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Chuka, what is the next line of action on this? Because we should be talking about this. And we don't have time, right? I don't think we have all the time, because these guys have already fixed the date for this election. So we need to get injunction. We need to stop this and get
Yeah.
everything well sorted out before they talk about the next election. We have to disrupt this. Since they want to disrupt our generation, we have to disrupt their process and their calendar.
I would like to ask this guy to come back. I think he is on the plan. Sheikh, can you request the mic also? Shukudi. Shukudi, please, if you can request the mic if you're free to speak, please come up on the speaker corner. Where's Deep Sky? Daniel. Daniel was here before.
I think he has gone to work. And Sheikh
Okay,
is here.
Sheikh is here.
Yeah, what up? Can
Yeah,
you
Okay.
hear me?
I think Uche, give me a second because Agudo sent me the list of who was supposed to speak next because he was keeping a list for that actually. Let me look it up for a second here. All right. I don't think I can see Tite anymore. Can you still see Tite? A number person, can you see Tite? No.
No, I can't see
No.
him.
All right, so the next person is E My Care. E
Thank
My Care,
you.
are you there?
Thank you. I am here. Thank you.
All right. The mic is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. So I'm happy that you gave me the opportunity to speak. I believe this is my first time in this space. Um, First of all, I think to what happened in Jamb is a very is the level of people we celebrate in Nigeria are a lot of incompetent people. So for me, this is not a new thing in Nigeria that Jam have been doing. It's a massive failure, not because it affected people around me, but it's also it created the narrative of some people that their head is in their ass, people that their head is in their bottom, that they don't have anything thinking to do but to say yes, we have been saying it. That's what happened. The whole story is like Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe book. When we becomes this kind of people that our thinking is supposed to be going forward, but the thinking of some group of people in Nigeria is going backward, and that backwardness, you will actually see it in their talk when they speak, and we can actually see that example. Um, you see, Nigerians have the right to be angry about what happened. So I posted in the chat, the UMT JAMB um, press release, and it clearly point out the issue. At least, um, I want to say that this man is, first of all, I think he owned it. He owned his mistake as the head of that director of that department, for him to speak up and say this is what we have seen, right? And that is one. But the second thing I think that he will do that will have made things better is for him to resign. He's a professor already, so let him go and do his work somewhere else. Let somebody be used to replace him. He failed. And at least for me, when I saw what happened, I was like, this is the same Nigeria where election was conducted. Results were released in each polling unit. But the result that INEC released was different. And INEC said, make we go court. We go court, nothing came out. So that's why it's not new to me, but it's new to me because I was surprised that we will be in this situation. And I know that this is what happened will give some bad elements of our society more bigger chunks of meat to destroy Nigeria, to destroy their community, to destroy the younger generation of people who want peace in Nigeria. And I know this is what is going to breed up, right? So this is one of the things that was posted on the press release of the JAMB. It says this was a mistake based on this space. It say JAMB exam fuck up or mistake or deliberate. It's a mistake, right? And glitch are, when it comes to computer, glitch are that comes with computer, right? And in every part of the world, glitch happen. And I'm happy that this man came out. And as I said, I'm happy that he came out. He's responsible for his action. And the best way for him to do is for him to resign. He should leave that post. It's not necessary. Let's put somebody else. Now, I'm going to read an excerpt um, from the results of the press release. It says, in a simple term, while 65 centers, 206,610 candidates were affected in Lagos zone, comprises only Lagos State. So for those people who have been saying, yes, it is against our people, I'm very sure this man will not want this thing. If this man is actually have an agenda against some parts of Nigeria, he will not want to do this to Lagos. So I want anybody with any of us that are here that has been a leader in any way. You can be a leader, you are a brother to your sisters. You can be a leader, you are a sister to your brother. You can be a father, you can be a mother. You can have your own private job you do. You're a leader. And if this kind of thing happens, it can happen to us. I am not saying that they should hold this man accountable. He's responsible. As somebody rightly said, this is the same man that were berating some people and say, oh, the thing we wanted to do is to cash. The reason why the exam results were so low was because, yes, some miracle center were not able to hold. So if this thing happened and he came out to say this is what happened, I think he owned his mistake and he should do the honorable thing to resign. At the same time, I don't think This is a deliberate thing. It's a mistake, but this man should be held accountable as well. He should resign. And every other of them in this administration that has been failing Nigeria, they should all resign. The same thing I said when they said they wanted to go and travel to United Kingdom to to show the United to go and express their achievement. Every ministry is going to United Kingdom to go and read their achievements. You are going to a country of 50 million where the people that employ you to put to power 250 million people. You leave 250 million people who you are the one say you are elected or you are appointed on behalf of them. You did not give your submission in Nigeria. You did not give a press release and tell Nigeria your achievement. But you leave 250 million Nigerians and goes to United Kingdom of 50 million people, even if they are up to that. You see, it's a disgrace. A lot of our leaders are terrible people. They are incompetent, right? So that's one of those things. So it is not about Yoruba woman. I heard some things that pains me. I have traveled around at least 20 states in Nigeria. I've lived around people. They are great people in Anambra. They are great people on Humaya, where I have stayed, where I've worked. There are great people in the northern, in Kaduna, in Kano, in Zamfara. There are great people in Borno. There are great people in Lagos. There are great people around. The bad element in our community in Nigeria, bad human being, is inevitable that we cannot do without having those group of people. The same
All
thing.
right, boss.
I beg,
I
let
will
me talk.
stop
Oh,
you
you
there
gave
for a
people
second.
time. Arisen, no stop me. I
Yeah,
beg.
no, I
You
will
gave
let
people
you.
time to talk. You not even
I
stop
don't want
people.
to.
If you
I
want to
don't want
tell
to
me to
argue
stop talking,
now.
just
The
tell me
last
to
person
stop
that
talking.
spoke was the co-host. Your mind don't they judge you? May you relax now.
My
As a
mind no judge
co-host,
me.
right?
No, they tell me say my
Oh yeah.
mind judge me. I talk which I know. Okay. If you have question for
Nobody.
me, tell me. You have question for me?
Yes, I have question for.
Okay, I'm listening.
Why are you triggered? Eh? Why are you triggered?
Is that your question?
That's my first question. I had another question, but now
Okay.
I'm forced to ask why you triggered.
Can I answer you on that?
Yes.
Because I see a deliberate bigotry attentions that people are spinning on this thing, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if in Lagos State alone, 206,610 candidates were affected in Lagos zone alone,
Mm-hmm.
and in 92 center, 173,387 candidates were affected in Owerri zone.
Mm-hmm.
Southeast, which one is bigger? It's a terrible
Uh,
situation, but which one is
uh,
bigger? Is it 200
okay.
or
I think the more
173?
you open your mouth, the more I'm forced to ask you more questions. Now
This
you mentioned Lagos zone. Can you name the states in that Lagos zone, or is just Lagos?
ah, are you not? Can't you hear? It's a Lagos. Is Lagos zone not a state? What are
Okay,
you
but
talking
you
about?
also mentioned
They say no
Owerri zone,
worry.
and then in bracket, wait now, no use a way do logic for me, bros. You know the work, not let me vex.
Which
I
kind
dey
of thing?
keep
What do you
vex. I
mean
get
by
short
we do?
temper.
You
So
see, that's what I
you
said.
calm down.
That's what I
Calm down
said.
for a second, bros.
No,
You
you don't
said
don't tell
Lagos
me
zone,
calm
and then
down.
I
You step
asked,
out.
oh my
Relax,
god,
okay?
oh
I
my
know you
god.
have your agenda. Is a terrible one. That's
Are you
fine. You
going
can
to
have
calm
it.
down for a
Okay,
second,
I'm
man?
listening to you.
You mentioned Lagos zone, and then I asked you how many states are in that Lagos zone. You said Lagos is a state, so you mean Lagos zone means Lagos, and then you mentioned Owerri zone and named other states. So how come this glitch happened in the Lagos zone that encompasses only Lagos, and then in the whole Owerri zone that strangely had other states under it? Can you explain that to me, please?
Yeah. So the jump. There is a whole. They gave a press release. I'm reading from the press release, right? So as I said earlier, so they said based on their this is the findings that they did. Now In simpleton, while 65 centers, 206,610 candidates were affected in Lagos zone, which is Lagos. Lagos is a state, okay, if you don't know, right? So they were affected in Lagos. 92 center, 173,387 candidates were affected in Owerri zone. Owerri is a state. It's not a country, if you don't know, which include the southeast state. In clear terms, in the process of rectifying the issue, the technical personnel deployed by the service provider of Lagos and State,
Michael, why did you
in
skip the part where
which part?
Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and the other southeastern state was mentioned in brackets immediately after Owerri zone?
Owerri zone. There
Yeah,
is nothing like that. So yeah,
there's nothing
okay,
like
let me
that,
read
and you're
again.
telling me
I'm
you're
reading
reading directly
again.
from the press
This
conference.
thing was provided. That's why I'm trying to put it in the jumble so that everybody can go and read it, right? So, and I'm reading again. It said to correct and upload the response that is result from lag for the pre-Tuesday glitch. The service provider concerned with lag were deployed to effect the patch, but there were patch errors in some center servers for the first 3 or 4 days in only 2 locations. In simple term, while 65 centers,
Bro, why are you always
206,610
back to these
candidates.
65 centers? You said it like 1,000 times already.
Yeah, well, you were
And
the
you are
one that
still
said
not
I.
making sense with it.
Sorry,
Come on, you
sorry
are
guys,
getting me
sorry
pissed off,
guys,
bro.
sorry
Anambra
Ah,
guys.
person, please, can you handle this man for a second?
what do
Because it's
you
not making
mean?
me the
I'm
vex
reading from the press
Sorry,
for the
page. I'm
benefit of
not
the
jumping
listeners.
again.
I don't want gender
Harry,
for him.
Harry,
So man, just
Harry,
chill.
Harry,
Hold on. Let's
let
hold on. Let's hold on for a
let
minute.
me correct him, my peer, and then also ask, explain to him what he needs to know. First
No,
of
so
all,
hold on. Let's
guys,
calm down.
guys,
Right?
um,
Sorry, just 1 minute, please.
Chukwudi, can I explain
We
something to
should.
this
I
fellow
don't
that
want us to
was
continue
trying
on
to
this
claim?
trajectory. We have something more important to talk about. Let's not continue on this trajectory of who is right or wrong. Let's focus
Chukwudi,
on what
we are
we're
not
here
arguing
for.
who is right. Well, there is nothing like who is right or wrong here. Igbo children were disenfranchised. That is
And
what I'm
that
trying to
said, we're not
explain.
going to let
Maybe,
anybody come
maybe
here to
when you
spread
want to
fallacy,
explain your
man.
own, you can
We're
tell
not
us
doing
about
some
trajectory.
sort of logic thing here.
Yeah,
We have a
listen.
matter of
Come on,
we have an
guys.
emergency right now. I think we should focus on solving our problem right
But
now.
Look, but the education is also the education and the resensitization of people like Mike here is also part
Chuka,
of this whole thing
um,
because there are people on the
Chuka,
TL defending
please,
this
can
rubbish.
I
So
can I
so
make a
guys,
point because
hold on a second. Hold on.
this guy
Mans,
just spoke
Mans,
to. There's
Mans, hold
something.
on a second.
Oh,
Mans,
yeah, Uche.
yeah, please hold on a second. So I understand the whole reaction, and the thing is,
Anambra, can I
I just
finish?
saw.
Well, you gave everybody time to speak. Can I
Just,
finish?
just
Because
hold
I
on,
I
just hold on,
8 minutes.
please.
Okay.
Just hold on.
No, no, it might clear. You might have to
Hold
be
on,
educated
please.
on
Hold on,
something.
please. Let me get us up to speed. What is on ground? Maybe you guys have not seen this. So Alex just made a tweet now, and that tweet is very important because he's talking about receipting on Friday, which is 16th. When is 16th? Check your date. 16th is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
So, and we have just today to stop these people. And what exactly are we doing? That is the why we are here. We have just today to stop these people. This is 11. We're almost 12. Like I said earlier, we have a lawyer standby. But we need the resources, and that is the next line of action. And that was why I called upon Chukudi, right, to come up and give us updates on what we are currently doing. We are not debating whether these people are right or look. Our kids are going to be subjected to another agony tomorrow. We don't even know how this one is going to turn out. And we have not sorted out the mess they've made. And they want to subject them again. So we cannot, spend a minute talking about that when we have clear roadmap that we need to follow. We need to stop these people. By the time we stop them, then we will not have all the time to have all these dialogues and back and forth. We don't have that time. Tomorrow is the day they have fixed it. And we cannot, and many people are not even aware. Somebody just called me now and said he has somebody who is taking this job, but he has not received the text. How can you do that? Up till now, you have not sent text, but tomorrow is the exam day. So please, let's not allow this opportunity to go away before our eyes. Let's take advantage of it. So please, okay, and Max, you go next, right? Once you're done, make your conclusion very swift so that Chukwudi can come in and give us updates on this. Please, thank you.
Yeah.
Anamba first one, sorry,
I know,
before
but
he
I've
goes
been
on.
I've been here for
Isn't
more than
wouldn't it be
2 hours.
right for people to start speaking up on remarking their exams, at least for now, or postponing it for a while,
Now
right?
me they talk. Why you can't
Because
jam everything? Waiting happen.
Who is
what's
talking
going
now?
on with this guy? You want to make a
It's in
drop?
my
You
care
what the
now.
worry of this guy, sir? Come on, get the fuck out of here. What's going on with you?
Harry, this guy was sent to derail this space. I don't know how we've not
Exactly.
noticed
And
him.
he
Why did we
interrupted
allow him speak?
Lagos
We are
thing.
Please,
talking
we
of
don't have
Igbo
time,
matter.
So
This
guys.
can
We
fool
don't
we
have
is here
time.
can
saying
we
nonsense.
So
The
another
young
question. What I
person.
was
just
saying
try
is,
to can we
don't
get
you think it
our
would be
Let's
elders
right to
to
let's
name?
start
walk.
talking
Let's
about
walk. Let's walk towards what we
remarking the
did.
exam
First
with
of
whatever
all,
parameters they
I
Hold
used
on,
in the
guys.
I
past?
just yeah.
Nanya, I'm a meeting yesterday, right? And I with a lot of people, even Alex Mandoz, guess when that bogasi when you have a meeting. So if I balo, but now guy amaka isi we kusinya bife. And then with the good lawyer no around, right? I told like Jena in Abuja Kitana and with the good lawyer down grand on Abuja. So if I told Lubu, Kaigesi we contribute to we made this thing. And Chukwudi neighbor, Chukwudi is also leading that conversation. Chukwudi and Chuka. So I want them to give us updates. Kama look the next line of action. Kama if I get me, bro, honestly, Imana, like he said earlier, I know Haneze, they don't have anything. You have an government. Government is funding them, so they don't have much. Saying all the time, Ogunugo Bikon. So Max, just make your contribution.
Uche
You know,
Biko, Uche Biko, this guy is requesting the mic. I don't know if you guys are seeing him. He's requesting the mic to come in because Oji, much of the information I need, he what to work with now.
all right,
This guy, that is
no bro. I'm from Afgoma Uneku. Biko, Ndine request Mike to
Okay.
come and explain and argue Biko Kacholonu. We need to get this one sorted out, okay? So
Uche,
go ahead.
Dalo, I just feel that it is good we support what you're saying, you know, both in action and otherwise. Of course, we need to get court injunction to stop the exams from going tomorrow. But like some of our people who listen to this Ronu guy here, who came on board here to explain that, oh, in Lagos and then in the Southeast. Let me tell you, data available is showing that apart from the small indigenous people in Lagos, that Ndigo constitute majority in Lagos. So it was also targeted at Ndigo in Lagos. And if you look at the parts of Lagos where this thing happened, you also know that that is factual. And the cry of Ishaku Oloede, yesterday, Oloede practically is a professor of Islamic studies. In Islam, we know what they call taqiyya. It is deliberately to deceive the people. Even the Lagos girl that died is what I consider to be collateral damage. The intention was not for Timilei. Timilei it fell into the equation of what they planned for Ndigo. Let me tell you, if we don't stop them and do something meaningful and groundbreaking, not too long, if they already don't have it, they will get an algorithm that will actually deduce an Igbo name. And they will just have to do every Igbo name minus 100 marks. You will be done forever in Nigeria in times of JAMB. So we have to do something. Let me leave it at that. When it is time, I can make my normal submission. Let me suspend my submission for what Chukwudi has to say and all other people that will have to get this court injunction. Are you the mic?
Thank you so much, Max. That was very mature and straight to the point. So let's go straight to the point. Chukodi, are you there?
Yeah, so hi everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
go on, please.
I think sometimes we tend to want to go by emotions, but see, when you play certain games, you need to come to the table with facts. Emotions can be dealt with later. These people are calling for an exam on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I think thereabouts. There's a whole lot of conversations about that. Is it in the best interest of these kids to go back to an exam in 2 days? Nobody knows, right? Because and one thing we need to understand, I need to make this conversation a holistic one, because we are always reactionary. We're always coming out to now say Guinea game me instead of us to be prepared. The only reason we have a case today is that Alex had data. That is why he had the confidence in those kids to say, we have surveyed these kids, we have done so many mock with these kids, and I can put our list in that these kids did not score this low. Now, are we going to, after this season, work on that to ensure that next time we are ready? Secondly, now we are saying, okay, the conversations is between a lot, and nobody even knows, because even myself, I'm looking at it, I'm questioning a lot of things. As much as I'm advocating for an injunction, there's a lawyer at the moment who is willing to go, but there are so many multiple grounds on which we can sue, because there is a whole lot of components here. First and foremost is the fact that the exam feels too soon and too rushed. Do they have the capacity and all of that? Secondly is the fact that based on, I think that is section 42 of the Constitution, there's a breach in that 42 which says something about no region in this country should be disenfranchised, you understand, by any action. Those are things that we need to be looking at, right? And we should be able to get. Now, we might not win the case, but there is going to be a documented trail for tomorrow. Because most times when this conversation come up, they'll be like, okay, where is it documented? But if we go to court, there is something documented to say, okay, so if it happens next year, we can now say, okay, this is a trail, this is what is happening here. That is also data, that is also gathering evidence for the future. That's what I was saying. Irrespective of whatever is going to be the case, while we're still talking about what are the options, it is important that we go to court and file. So at the moment, it is about who and who is going to support that cause. Some of us are already putting our pennies in the bag to support that cause. So anybody who is willing to do that, I think that you can reach out to, I think, Anambra First on Truka, Deep Sky. You can reach out to them and make your own contribution towards that cause. And let us get that on paper, right? There's currently some discussion going on with the parents and the kids and their school teachers to be able to know what do they think about the next day. But while we're waiting for that, we are making progress in terms of who we're going to court. Even if at the end of the day, the decision is that we're not going to go for an injunction to stop the exam because the kids are saying they are ready, then the other option is going to be that we are suing for the fact that there was a disenfranchisement of our people in this court, and we need further explanation. So these are the parameters we're going forward with at the moment. So of course is unfortunate ourselves in a way that we have the resources, we have the lawyers on ground, as we would have said from yesterday's, from the first day that Alex went to JAM, would have started preparing our cases and all of that. So this is why we continue to do this reactionary thing. But are we going to learn from this and know that, see, more are coming in the future? Are we going to reorganize our house, or we're always going to be these guys that once anything happens, we come to Twitter space to rant? Or we're going to be this group that is saying, what is the next data that we need to accompany? Now, two things have happened in recent times. We stood up and we got a lot with INEC. We were able to expose a lot with INEC. We've gotten a lot with JAMB and education. Now, see what we're exposing. So tell me, if we organize ourselves and we're able to probe every institution in this country, we will be able to unravel a lot. So my brothers, the most important thing is moving forward. I don't think this is a time of bickering and saying all of this. Action is needed. If you want to be part of it, reach out and let's be part of it. And let us be able to file something. And let's move it forward. So I'll keep it at that. I'll come back to speak my mind in terms of the perspectives and all of that later, but I'm just going to keep it at that. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Deep Sky. Deep
Yeah.
Sky, what is it?
Uche, yeah. So thank you very much, Anambra First Son. First and foremost, apologies because I had an emergency and had to attend to it. This is a continuation of the space. Harry, thank you for holding on. I chickened down. This space goes to the start, and is it that? Yeah, so ndị be anyị biko nụ olugo nụ n'omume a ma anụ sins onye ọbụla na-ekwu na-aba mba na-eti mkpu oge elugo because unu na ebe a nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Mark Ginger bịara ebe a. I had to appeal to him to reach out to Ohaneze, even if it's the youth arm, for them to issue a statement. They have done so. Many other people are also putting in their works. All this while, I've been answering call. I've not particularly worked there, engaging a lot of people. You're not even getting the lawyers, people that can even provide the contact to lawyers. And they get like all of these things happened last night and this morning. So because Emalki is share support, Ogadro, about 20,000, about 10,000, about 50,000, about 100 people. Reach out. You can reach out to me, or you can reach out to Choka, you can reach out to Anambra First Son. We'll send you the account details, we'll forward it. And we do not have enough window. We need to see if we can do this in the next 1 hour, 30 minutes. So, Biko, no,
But wait, oh,
please, let's try and do this as much as possible.
guys, please don't be angry.
Yeah.
I think most times I'm the odd one out, but I never still understand how these things they reach money matter now. Because most of the time, most of the things where we do for this space now, like I don't think
Yeah.
anybody's getting
So,
paid. Like
yeah, Harrison, no, Harrison, Chelu, yeah, Harrison.
wait now. I don't think Alex that started all of this did not need to have money. He put a lot of things out there. People supported him, and now even if he comes up to say, "I need funds to do this," people will willingly do that. We're not going to. Personally, I'm not going to support anything donation before we even see any work. That I just wanted to say
Harry,
that before moving forward.
Okay, yeah, well, thank you very much, Harry. So let me finish this because, okay, the thing is, we reached out to Agodo to host this space last night. The only reason why this space did not start with this conversation was because many people who were supposed to be part of it were sleeping. You understand? Alex was part of us throughout the night. Alex was doing this, but this is no longer part where Alex is going to be involved because it's not even something that he can run. Are you getting me? So again, if you know the amount of money involved in this, it is way too much. We've managed to cut it down to a bit. So, but again, let me say it. This is the first time I'm actually coming on space to ask people for support. Um, it's an evolution thing. This is not by force. But I think sometimes when we talk and we don't do anything, if you understand, now you get many people have been putting in the work.
Bro,
Alex is the only
okay,
person
bro,
that
bro,
probably
we're
you may
talking.
have seen.
Wait. I don't think we're going to talk to ourselves like this if we really want to have solutions. Now we're talking about putting out or taking legal steps, but we've not even seen any drafts. That okay, these are what the lawyers are proposing. So once you see their proposal, you'd be like, okay, I'll be ready to donate to this.
Mana
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Mana Harrison. Okay, money.
Dipska, let me just come in. So,
Okay.
Harry, the fact is, you need to engage the lawyers first. This is we don't have. This is what we're saying. We do not have lawyers ready to go. We have to shop for a lawyer that is willing to do it. So it's not like if we already had lawyers that we are saying, okay, these lawyers have been in retainership.
So why are
Most
we
of the
asking
time,
for donations before scouting?
how do you engage the lawyer?
You engage lawyers with funds. They don't even see your case first before they
Okay,
ask you for
no, no,
funds.
hold
They've
on.
seen
If I
ways.
find a pro bono lawyer, would the donation still be necessary?
No, if you find a pro bono lawyer that has the capacity to get an injunction in the next 24 hours,
Let,
that is a senior advocate, then that is fine.
Okay.
let me
Not just
just
any lawyer.
see if I
It's a
can
lawyer that can
help
get
Harry
an
understand.
injunction in the next 24 hours.
Let me just see if I can help Harry understand. Harry, we are dealing with an emergency right now. This is a case of urgency. Cabron can actually be next week, right? And if I achieve now, they're almost impossible. That's how I'm going to define it to you. I discuss with how with lawyers. I don't want to mention the names of them and then meeting because when they say name if I name I name me stealthily. Oh, I need them. In fact, all the unfortunate thing I need discuss get that I need discuss here with you.
Exactly,
That's don't
Chuka.
even
Sorry if I
back row.
interject
So
again. Sorry. Yeah,
so the reason
you
why
said
we actually discuss really about
you've been engaging lawyers, and then some other person said you're scouting for lawyers. I still do not because
every
see,
lawyer
I'm
name this
no Chuka.
chelo
I'm sorry
chelo.
to be the odd one out here, but I'm kind of speaking from the point of view of someone
I'm
that wants
explaining
to
to you.
donate, but I want to understand what I am donating to. You understand?
Okay.
It's like saying
Ask your
we are
question.
we are scouting for lawyers and then we are engaging lawyers. Okay, these lawyers you are engaging.
So Nanya,
Wait now.
Kanko walu
Nanya,
gaja. Kanka.
Nanya, hold on, hold on, Chuka,
Hold up for a
Let me
second.
let me
Chuka,
These
hold on,
finish
lawyers
him.
you're engaging,
Chuka,
I think at some point you would have
hold on, Chuka.
engaged to, okay, this is how much I'm going to collect. This is what I am proposing to do when I collect this amount of money, right?
Nanya, Harry, Nanya, ihe nji na-ekwu ife a n'Igbo bụ maka ndị ebe a bụrụ ndị Igbo. Nanya si, up until 2 a.m. ka anyị meeting. Akpọtasịrị a lot of ndị mmadụ, ma Alex nọ na ya bụ meeting. So, I wee na-ajụ kedu ife anyị ga-eme. So, Alex emego nke o kwesịrị ime, azụ omego nke o ya emenwu, based on ebe onye nwa kwesịrị ime. Ịghọtago onye anyị, because anyị jụgara ya enwegasị information anyị jụgara. Then while I na-ajụ the information back counter propaganda niile na apụtasị. So I akpọkwa one of the top persons kwa bụ onye be anyị welitere isi. O wee kọwara anyị ka detend gbogonye anyị constitutional requirements gbasara lefa na the place a ga-utilize wee mee nyabụ injunction. So mana o nyere anyị information na onye ga-enwetanwu this thing because na ọ kọwara anyị ka o si dị difficult inweta nyabụ ife na court. Because mana ihe we are dealing with federal government. So each I run this type of thing, ị ga-achọ onye welitere isi. Ọ bụrụ na just lawyer, any other type of lawyer, anyị nwere ọtụtụ n'ime anyị bụkwa lawyer. Da anyị nwa ka imekwe on our own. But ihe anyị bịa na-achọ bụ ndị bụ senior advocate. And the engage senior advocate, anyị gọvanọ agbagote. In fact, iwe na-ewe anyị na ọ na-acha aja ego dị etu anyị na ya megide wee wetụla the ego. So I am going to go somebody right now because here we have been between 2 a.m. Nabani Tata and now. You got to go. So bro, I'm with a lot of time. Just 2 a.m. Can't you another 2 a.m. and now the time I'm well. We're scouts offer this and we're able to get somebody now Abuja as I'm talking to you. As I'm with somebody non standby. You got to go. So if I need to now, can you can see where raise the money? For me, okay, I know that sometimes at the end of the day, ego. If we could have done it within ourselves, I came here without bringing it here, but it's unfortunate. So, not to go since I in some of the spaces, we common spaces, I putting together energies, putting together efforts. And when issues, that was what Chukwudi was explaining. Because he now you know, this is very short period of time. So we cannot continue to have debate over this. Because before you know it, time aga, ije na here sign time adrozi. Ije with this thing kitana sig amanyeki and menyeki imago the protocols on the INEC the kedifa na judiciary. So Kai doing very smart because you know we can make it here make yourself among we see. But we have to do something.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to
So
chill because I speak for myself and I'm not Mr. Understanding everything. So the public will, you are asking from them. So, but I am not convinced. If you are selling your oil to me
no,
like this, I am
anybody
not
that is
convinced.
interested in being
Even
part
though,
of what we are doing,
yeah,
we have
but
also made it very
yeah, but
clear
you
that
need the
everybody should
numbers,
be part
bro.
of
You
it
need the
because the
numbers
name
and you
is
need a very
ICORA
good
for a reason.
pitch. You need a very good pitch, and this is not. I know we have a short period of time. I understand what you're
Harry,
trying to
opening with
do.
any question, opening with any clear question, you can ask. We will answer you. We're not here to hide anything.
No, I'm not saying
Open on
I'm
will
not
add
saying
to
you're
Chode
hiding
join,
anything.
bro.
The thing is, I still do not understand the whole point, the whole work up to this point,
Point of what?
the whole work, especially Alex Onya's job or his work, everything he did got to this point free of charge. Are you guys telling me there are nobody around or amongst us that is willing to go to, even if you're not a son, you don't know a son under
Harry,
that you've worked under
do
that you
you know
can
any
talk
son?
to?
Do you know any son that can do this for
Am I
us
a lawyer?
personally? Nifai Nakawagi is only a heavyweight lawyer that can do
So
this because
nobody,
of the brevity of
nobody in
time.
the whole interested in this Igbo turn something.
knows and has worked under a
We
shan.
haven't found anybody. Onwelonye nke ma.
That is why I said I'm letting you guys do your
So,
thing. In
Harry,
fact, I'm going to
sorry,
close
Harry,
now, so you
sorry,
guys
let
do
me,
Harry,
your thing.
Harry,
Because
Harrison.
there's no beef.
sorry,
I'm
Just
not
30
trying to
seconds.
waste time.
Harry,
I still do not understand.
yeah, Harry,
I
Harry,
will
let
let
me
you
be
guys
honest
do your
with you.
thing, man.
so I want to get some clarity from Harry. Let me just find out something. So, Harry, let us point out certain things, right? I like the fact that you're saying, so there's nobody. And the thing is, now let's give an instance, right? Alex, like you said, I don't want to divulge a lot of things because I would like him to divulge by himself, but at least he incurred a lot of cost in achieving this. That's we are aware of, right? Now, at the moment, the amount that is required to get a lawyer is if there's a free lawyer, the fact is, it's like yesterday, a lot of us were saying it is a shame that lawyers will even charge us for this. But the reality is the reality. Now, the question is, if we have had our house in order, we would know. Alex took on this because Alex has been in education conversation for a while. And he was able to pick up on this, swing into action, and all of that. The question is, do we have it? Now, the lawyers we have, most of them are mostly in what do you call this kind of law? Whereby company
Advocacy.
law, more company laws and advocacy, who have advised that this is what needs to be done, right? But the litigation lawyers, we don't have any of them. Have we tried to reach out to certain people to be like, okay, what do you think? And the bills are running in millions. And that we're coming here to say, okay, this, if it's something that anybody, one of us at this point can foot, because maybe on other days, some of us would have foot the bills, but at the moment as well, because there are other things that, because if it's not like there are other ones that we have also gone to court that we have footed the bills. This is not the first time, right? There's still some processes in case that some of us, so, and at the same time, at the same time, some of us that are footing these bills, man, we also have our own personal things. Not every time that we can always come out
Yeah,
and be
but
like,
Sheikh, don't be
let's
alone
foot
at the
the bill.
food bills now. Even people like me, they food
No,
bills,
but
and
that's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying to
complaining.
you.
I'm
So
not
that's why we're bringing
lamenting.
it here. No, I want to make you
Everybody
understand
has
it.
got their own issues. That's not the crux of the matter here. The thing is, we're asking
I
for
want to get your
public
crux of the
funds,
matter.
and we need to explain to the public why we're asking for their money. And it is not clear enough.
Okay.
Personally, that's what I'm saying. It's not like I'm arguing with
I
what you
am
guys are
trying to
doing.
explain to you.
No,
Hold on,
bro.
let me explain
To
to you.
keep the conversation going, because I think we do
Mm-hmm.
not have time, like you guys said earlier. I'm going to drop it here. I just want you guys should go on. There's no need to explain to me anymore. I do not understand. If I go school, I don't understand what teach how they talk. I will change subject. So right, I'm gonna continue. Not be like saying I made a draw and I go back. All right, that's what I'm
No,
just
but
trying to
it's
say.
important to address your concern because the fact is we're on a public space, and if there is a dissenting voice and it's not addressed, more people might also have that concern, and that's why they might not have the mic, but they are listening. And this thing is, there's nothing to hide. We are only trying to say, okay, what exactly is your concern? If you're saying it's not clear enough, which part of it is
All
not
right,
clear
Sheikh.
enough for us
I'm
to
trying to
clarify it?
right from when I started to talk or to raise my concerns.
Mhm.
I've used words from you guys. When I say you guys, I mean maybe from Uche, from Chuka, from you. And now I'm saying
Mhm.
again. I just heard you recently say it is because, or it was because Alex was involved in the educational sector. That was why he was able to have this data, have so many records, and then he was able to push this battle up to the point it has gotten to. So amongst us, like you mentioned, there are no litigation lawyers that can take the baton from him and push forward. I am not saying anybody should do anything for free. At some point, you're going to spend money if you want to chase real goals. Even me, they spend money if I want to chase real goals for some stuff I post on the TL. It is not the first time, but at least nobody is showing us any draft, any proposal that this is what the lawyers are saying, this is what we will do. Now, explanation with a year. I don't know if you get me. This is
Okay.
just my
Okay,
personal.
now
I
let
don't
me
know if
point. Let
anybody
me
is thinking about
point.
this too, but this is my personal
Hold on.
in all of this.
I get your point. So your point is that we don't, and the reality is, the first thing yesterday night when this conversation come up is to find pro bono. But unfortunately, we do not have pro bono. That is the
You
reality.
still don't get it. Nobody is saying pro bono. At least show
No,
us
but that's what
what
you
the
asked.
people.
That nobody is willing to start. We don't have anybody willing to start it.
Nobody is willing to start it.
No, we
Let
don't
me.
have. And
All right.
on this space, we're saying it. If there's anybody willing to start it now, the person should just reach out in the DM. We will take it up.
I
Bro,
think
let
we
me.
need to hear from other people. Harry,
All right, go.
I will come back to you
Sorry.
later. I think yes, maybe this is urgent, and you well, like I said before, when I reached out to Agod or when we started this place, because many other people were not here, so we just allowed everybody to flow in. But this was the reason why this place was started immediately, initially, and now Agod is sleeping. But we'll come back to this thing later, please.
There's Danny.
Allow
There's
us. Thank you.
absolutely no problem. I can. There's no problem. We can move on from this conversation. And like I said, I don't want to be the cog in your wheel or the clog in your wheel. So just carry it on. All right. Let other people speak. Like I understand, and I rest my case, but I'm not
Thank you.
convinced. That's the only thing I'm saying.
All right, sure. We'll go. We will get you convinced later. I think Anambra first one is it generous? No, it's going.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. In as much as I mọghọta ife Harry na-ekwu, ọkwa ọghọta m ebe Harry si abịa. Ihe a bụ ihe ọha. So isi ọha tụọlụgo otu ihe agwafe ife a na-atụlụgo otu fọ. Ịghọtago? Mana nke bụ eziokwu bụ na ndị nọ n'isi this thing bụ ndị ama ama n'iru akwụkwọ. Ịghọta? So ọ bụrụ ndị ga-anọkọta nnọọ pụta si ọra tụọlụfe ego. Ịghọtago? So and ihe mụọ na-achọkwa ịma bụ na ihe m ga-alụ onye atụnye na ihe a bụ na ka Alex kwesịrị ịnọ na this space gwa anyị na ka ọ ya bidoro isiokwu a niile ya bidoro this whole thing in terms of refusing the results and raising serious awareness concerning the results and rejecting that the Southeastern has performed that low. So o kwesịrị ịnọ n'isi oche na-ekwu oke na ya na ndị dị otu a na ha gbara izu n'abalị na ihe ha gbapụtara na dị izu. Ịghọtago? Nọọ ka ọ atụ ego ndị Igbo ji ego ole ka dịsa anụ ya asị ka akwụọ ya na ma nkwuye ọ ka the thing ihe Harry na-ekwu bụ ka the thing wee like always some level of authenticity, like all very authentic and achọrọ ka ndị mmadụ see this place and your own reputations too and integrity matters. So that is what he is trying to protect as well. Abroad na Harry na fight the contribution or taking this into the court. We just want it to be very solid so that ihe anọ Harry na ajụ ka somebody else that is not on this platform we ask. So what are the drafts? What are the numbers? What numbers are we looking for? Who is the person we are contacting? Let's have names behind these opinions. Let's have names behind, some specific numbers behind the figures and know what we are looking for. Then we come out boldly. Ndi Igbo ji ego, bro, it's not a big deal. So in the real sense, Harry is not against contribution, neither am I. But Oye below the whole thing should be here to explain better, then we support it. That's just what I understand from the whole thing.
Yeah, but general, even if thank you for reiterating again that part. But even if he Alex is not here, I want to believe my brothers like Uche, Sheikh, and Chuka are capable enough since they were with him on the
Guys,
space up to 2
Ari,
a.m.
sorry to interrupt, man. Please check the Jumbotron, man. Alex just made a post supporting the retest tomorrow. Like, what's going on, man? Like, logistics, trauma, like, what,
That's why I
like, who
said,
is this guy? I know
that's why
he's
I
doing
said
well,
what
but
I
what is
told you
going on?
guys, that Alex Emegebo Melu.
Yeah, but you guys
Yeah,
said
but
he
like,
was
Different
why
on
is
the
he
family.
space
putting
with
out a
him till
tweet
2 a.m.
supporting the retaking
Get
exam tomorrow? Like,
in
if
a
he has done
family,
well,
I
he
am
has
when
done
they
nothing.
not
He
co
should stop.
Get
What is going
in
on?
every family, I when they got co-op, when they got so you go. So ending to show you go, they got co-op. So that's why you ain't copy it. I see now copy. I ain't meeting. How they could not be
And
question.
no problem. We go fight the fight, but he should not be countering our fight in the front. He has gone
No,
out there to
other
say that the
counter
exam
your
can be
fight.
taken tomorrow.
Gente. And we can say
Nah,
me.
Uche,
Eh?
in as much
Genonti
as
one
in as much
one
as
and we
Alex,
can say me here.
Ekwe ka
Get
ngwa
notes, enwe
strike
kese
one now.
mife. Enwe kese mife. Enwe ha na-akpọ i-blow code, i-blow hot. Anyị nchara na ama nne blow fie. So onye ọbụla nwere ekele ọrụ eke. O mego ihe o kwesịrị ime. Efe ka
Ekele
na-akọrọ
eke.
unu. Mgbe anyị
Harry
na-eme
Mark got
iti.
the paper. The children they go lay there already. Why are they
Get notes.
resitting?
Get notes.
It take all
Anambra
of us.
Enwe
Festor,
ike ihe o kwesịrị ime. Ọ ihe a ga-ekịta na.
He's going in the opposite direction, the exact
He's
opposite.
not
Here
going
how
in
we
the
call
opposite
it.
direction.
Velele.
And
Get
that's
notes.
that's
Wait.
what he's
Rapple
doing now.
Alex.
You're taking a case to court that the originator is supporting their latest decision. What are you going to court to do again?
No, all you got information. So information I give you the enough. Yeah, na chegwara gị anyị na enwe meeting yesterday. Anyị enweghị information. Ihe ọ na-ede kịta na ihe o kwesịrị ide rapụ na ya. O mego nke ya. Kịta na abụzi anyị nwa ga-eme nke anyị. So a kwesịrị inwe si anyị ncha niile ekwesịrị ine flow the same pattern. Ekwesịrị inwe ndị ga na-abụ ha nọtụ hapụta like ndị anyị na-afa na-amụ ife ọ ka fasa eme. Ihe afụ ndị ga na-eblo hot onye nke apụta ya sị nwere emezikwana ife a emezikwana ojekwe na azụ ojekwe na ndị
Out
agha
of
na-emedite na akpa but they are
out
the
of
same
being a
people.
poor,
So we
out
cannot
of
always
being
be
a
on the same page.
in terms of being diplomatic. Oh here Alex name now, all right?
Enwere
Man,
ife yes
a na-akpọ ya
apụ
carrot
eche
and
ekwela
eme
stick
the same
approach.
and
they can land. Oh yeah,
rapụ ya o
oh
mego
yeah,
ife o kwesịrị mee
mba
ka na agwa unu
aghọta
since
m ihe
ehe
come on now. Uche aghọta m ihe na-eme nụ but kedu ihe ya emezi na ụmụaka adịkwe ndị se ndị na-akwụkwọ a na-enye ya ha
ọ ya
daa
ka
ka
anyị
eze
na-achọ ka anyị stọpụ ọnụ na anyị na-achọ ka anyị stọpụ ọnụ ya nụ anyị na-achọ ka anyị stọpụ ọnụ ya bụ ife
ngwa ihe ọ bụla eme ka eme ya ọsịsọ biko.
Oh, yeah, be fine. So, Chukudi, you wanted Deep Sky wanted to say something.
Oh, well, I think I've actually explained this fair enough because Obu Naim will enough time or additional resources. So, Ari, to be honest with you, I've not slept. I took it a son and Abadnonia. Only gave by gave me here, but people are not forthcoming. Or quickly, no, as soon as we die, Jalia and Ewutun, and when they die, no in position, no, na day. I know how many people in government have reached out since yesterday to even lend their voice to this thing. They are not doing. You understand? Oh yeah, I just Kafi, Alex could not sleep yesterday night, even though not by actually not bad. Alex is not supposed to be the one even running all these errands. Or join one meeting meeting in Kapo. So it is not easy. But all the kita will have to do it because nobody else is willing to take it up. You get? Let's try and do this one. Let's see what comes out of it. Anambra person, in short, yes, last night, an elder statesman,
I haven't
anyway.
said you should not do anything.
No. I'm just no. I'm not trying to like be harsh at you. I'm just trying to explain this for other people here. Is
No,
that
I do not care about the reactions, but what I care about is you don't say what I did not say or try to
no.
impose
I'm
what I
not
did not
saying no. I'm
say.
not saying
I
what
have
you. No.
never
Okay,
said you should
okay,
not do
fine.
that.
Okay, no, fine. Okay, I'm not talking about you. I'm only trying to say that it is left for us to see if we can do this or not. And let's try as much as possible to do it. I'm hopeful we'll be able to get meaningful results from it. So people who are willing to contribute should contribute. We'll see what we can do to get this thing done. Thank you.
All right. So now
I
that
have
you're opening the
somebody in the
donation
way.
section, I
So,
plead your pardon to
what
please
is the
leave,
update?
guys. Have a nice day, all of you.
So,
See you guys tomorrow. Time.
Chuka, what is the updates? Where are we now?
The update is that we're waiting. The lawyer is waiting for us. He can't file until he has some. And let me even make it clear.
Sorry, Chuka, just forget. I think the money has been completed. We're fine.
Okay, the money is complete now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for those who contributed. I think we can move on with other things and continue the conversation. Because this is the first time we're bringing things like this online. If there was a different means, we would have explored it. You understand? But thank you very much. Anambra First.
First of all would do a very big thing that within minutes of bringing this in life. at the years ago. You got to go. So how will you kid? I've already prepared for it. I go teacher exam. I best work due to error of the set the exam. You will now come back and rewrite or make the sense at all. Not even when it's deliberately altered. So you now make a question half from me did that exam. See me or say so no God draw because how did this exam die at 80? Oh, you don't have no case.
So something I would like to point out is that I think we need to somehow learn tact in this engagement. We need to learn that some people need to not be in the public light for certain things because of there's a bigger picture that they're behind. And we need to somehow start understanding that it's not everything that can be said in public. It's not like anyone doesn't want to be 100% transparent with everything, but sometimes there are certain things that you cannot put in public light. Like the fact that we're even having to say that we were in meetings all through the night and all of that shouldn't be something that we should even be saying here. And having to even call some names of the people who were in that meeting shouldn't be something we should be saying here. And there's a whole lot that we still need to understand. And this is my biggest concern, is the fact that we keep making this, there is a need for us to have a proper engagement beyond waiting for things to happen, then we all jump onto spaces. Like now, they've mentioned, oh, is it that we don't have any lawyer? Where's the lawyer? In the rightful sense, all the commissioners of education by now should have released a statement. No, they've not released a statement. Do they even care? Did they even think in the first place to say, no, we've been training our students and they've been performing excellently. This result kind of needs to be questioned. Did they consider that? Did they consider to seek a redress? No, they did not. And most times we keep saying, oh, wait on our elders, our elders, our elders. The truth is, every generation writes its own rules. Some of us keep putting our body and our skin, but the thing is, at a certain point, we would all run out of steam. So I'm just hoping that everybody can get an understanding, and let's use today. I always feel like everything should be a learning point. Let us use today to ask ourselves, are we ready for the next one? Have we started gathering data for the other places that we need to review? For example, let us look at something like the CNG plants rolling out around the country, but none in the southeast. There are lots of things like that that were disenfranchised, but the question is, who is looking into the data? Nobody. We all believe now Alex has done it. He's done it for free. Should it be so? Should it be that one person has to take on the responsibilities of an entire ethnic nationality? Should it be so? So these are questions we need to go back and ask ourselves and come up with it. Like now, everybody has said, oh, the money has come up. But unfortunately, we can't come out here to talk how the money came out. It's a few people that have decided to bite their teeth and just say, okay, pay it off and move on. How long will those people continue? So those are just simple things I think we should all have as a reflection point in our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sheikh. Yeah, so I think you've said it all. It boils down to people understanding. Like it's saying this, especially sometimes when I speak on spaces, we even understand our place in Nigeria. What are we even doing to address that? Or is it that most times we just come on platforms and talk and talk and talk? When it gets down to responsibility, okay, not somewhere and also. But it's fine and good. I think at least thank God this will be handled. By the special grace of God, hopefully we'll be able to get that and see where it gets to. You understand? At least for the first time, let's challenge the system because honorable ENA, like I'm not happy. But what do I do? One thing I've learned in life is that sometimes when you complain about something a lot, what you just do is just accept your fate. Maybe take responsibility. Do it by yourself. But if anything again, and again, we need to understand that this is not actually who we are as a race. The Zik of this world built by this civilization. They were able to manage themselves and build and achieve what they achieved. But in our own time that we are exposed, we are learned, we are dispersed all over the world. It's very difficult for us to work together or tinker. We have lawyers. Unfortunately, the head of NBA in Nigeria today is a lawyer. He's an Igbo man. But everybody is indifferent. Political stakeholders are indifferent. Traditional rulers are indifferent. So at the end of the day, the onus now does on a few people who raise their voices or begin to speak about this. And that's what they can do. But this is not how to build a society. Why am I saying this? Some of us here are still young. Hopefully, some of you will take up political positions tomorrow. I hope you are not going to behave the way those who have in authority today are behaving. I hope you are not going to follow the same footstep of the people you are condemning. I hope you're not going to turn your back on your people when they need you the most. Everybody is talking about Alex. Alex is already carrying a lot of things on his head. Or the same Alex organized about a Southeast data collection. I'm glad many people there supported him. My Southeast education intervention. But he's a private citizen. And this is sometimes we make this mistake of building messiahs. When anybody is just looking for who is going to do this, who is going to do that. Let's begin to learn about collective responsibility. So I'm going to thank everybody who supported, who did not want to wait for 1,001 explanations to know that we need to do this. And it doesn't matter whether it is people at the top or supposedly top that can pursue this, that ordinary citizens like us can also pursue this. Please continue the conversation on the timeline. Continue promoting the different articles that is going to come up about this from Ndibo. Continue the hashtag. If you know how to write, please take your time and write. Let it be the contribution you are going to do for us. Take your time, write a column, write whatever thing you can write that is publishable, whether in a blog or a website or Medium or LinkedIn. Write. Don't just write on Twitter. Please. Because we're asking this just for posterity's sake. So that even if it's 10 years' time, the remnants will be there that there was a time something like this happened. And people wrote about it. There's evidence to it. Podcast, watch one video. At the same time, many people are still going to go to media channels. They are going to lend their voice to this. Please. You understand? Share it, promote it. Don't stop.
Sorry,
Don't
Daniel.
stop until we achieve something. Thank you.
Sorry, Daniel. What is the hashtag? Can we have one unified hashtag on your and use many postifa?
Yeah, so I couldn't join the Jack space, and Jack is not here. I think he's very busy now, so I'm not sure what the Jack. Okay, Uche hosted the space last night. I couldn't join because I was in different meetings. I think one was Stop Jam. I don't know if it's like Stop Jam, it's receipts or something. So I'm not so sure. Maybe those who were in that space last night.
They had boycott Jam.
Okay, you have boycott Jam.
We
Yes.
can't boycott JAMB now.
Yeah, because that was what no, as yesterday they were talking about not taking the receipts. So that was why they suggested the hashtag like boycotting that receipt. So not like generally having to boycott JAM totally. And then I also made a suggestion about JAM take responsibility, like for them to revisit the marking. So that was it.
So in one hashtag onye ọbụla kwetara na a use. Can we
It was
decide what
boycott
ọbụla
JAM.
kwetara?
It was
So
boycott.
it has to be more specific, like boycott
Yes.
jam receipt. But my concern is I don't want us to go with boycott jam receipt and send mixed signals. It's either we get an injunction or not. Do you understand? It's not. We need to understand certain things. We're in Nigeria, whereby anyhowness happens, right? A child that doesn't go to that exam, if the exam upholds that the exam has held, would miss out, right? So what we are doing needs to be in unison. That's why we're taking a legal approach. You say, okay, if we are able to do this, so I think our this thing should be more towards transparency of JAM, like investigate JAM, like what happened. Should we be talking about resignation from the top echelon of JAM at the moment? You know, boycotting, I feel like it's going to send mixed signals. Parents are going to be confused. Kids don't know if they're going to prepare or not. Remember, they are already in WAEC. They're already writing WAEC as we speak, right? And this is why it is good for us to have our efforts concerted, because we need to look at the timetable. Like yesterday, we were having to look at the timetable to be able to say, okay, if they don't hold it now, where they're going to hold it. Do you understand? It's not the easiest of things, but at the same time, it's certain things that we're saying the country needs to learn to adjust when they make a mistake. The country should not just move on, which is what happened in the first instance with this case. JAM identified a gap. Did they bother to go further to review? You said, okay, you did this thing, and you realize that there's certain people who are certain demographic who come the top 10 before had gone and become outliers. Anybody who does statistics know that when you see massive unexplained outliers, you go back and review your data sets, right? Did they do that? They didn't do it, right? So these are the things that we need to harmonize our thought process. And the biggest problem we're having is that we do not have a room where this thing is being harmonized and being pushed out. It's just that, like, for example, now, this is the same thing. We all came here when we said Enugu State concession, 80 years. Now, okay, we've requested a freedom of information. A lot of people here don't know how that is going. Nobody even knows whether it is being done. But certain people are the ones who are still taking that responsibility. We can't continue to dump on certain people. So my
Um,
submission is more in the line of beyond this conversation today, are we going to learn our lesson from here and say, where are we going to consolidate? Where are we going to be able to build our coalition points so that going forward, because it just feels like every time all we enjoy doing is coming to host Twitter space. It is ridiculous to say the least.
We
Because
have to decide. We
a
have to
typical
decide.
example is the Enugu space, the Enugu conversation. Beyond that space, tell me what is happening again. Let one person come up here and tell me what they know that is happening beyond Enugu wanted to be concession for 80 years. Dead and dusted.
well, I think I buy into what you're saying. We must not wait to be on the reaction part. We don't have to be reactionary when these things happen. We should be proactive. We should get our acts together and you know prepare because achọ ọ dị ka a na-ekwe achọ ka a bịa gwa anyị na anyị nọ n'ihu agha na ndị a na-anụsa anyị agha like this. You don't have to be told. So for this jump issue, somebody actually died, and I think the least that would happen is for the head of whatever body in that jam to resign. Somebody has to take responsibility for these things that happened, especially when a human life is involved. So if you are calling for a hashtag, the man at the top should resign, or they should remark the papers. Let the children know their actual score. Let them know what they actually scored, having prepared for a long time to sit for the exams. So whatever boycott, I don't really buy into boycotting jam for now, but somebody should take responsibility for um, this anyhowness that jam displayed. And again, I kwesịrị iwe nzukọ somewhere anyị ga na na-atụle ihe na-eme n'obodo a makwana ka anyị ga-esi na-eso ụfọdụ ihe na-emenụ. Ọ bụrụ mgbe the team mechaziri anyị bịakwa na space na-eti mkpu and like you rightly said, leaving the bulk responsibility to some people, it is actually draining economically and otherwise. So ekwesịrị ikedi ọlụ eke ndị nọ na timeline ndị na-eme so when something like this happens, anyị ama na-agbagharị achọ na ego ndị ka anyị na-achọ now. So let us come together really. Ọ bụrụ na ọ bụrụ na Twitter, ewekwala other forums a na-anọkọta ịmalụ ndị bụ ndị na-abata na the forum, na-ekwu ihe dị agha na the forum, ịghọtago. Amaghị ka anyị esi na-ahazi obodo anyị na ihe ndị ọzọ gasị. So that's my own contribution, and I buy into what you're saying.
One thing, but to have a forum. Another thing is to decide to commit. One of the things for the buying in this time, but now you got for the mother back on meet a band MF. And we can small group can wait for mother 50. But they look if a look action. Just came with their meeting self, for mother 10. That is not a helpful attitude. Our generation will be talked about by the next generation. And what if I name now will be the reference. If I name I say behave now, umwaka the 25, 30 years younger than us are going to talk about it the way we're talking about Ndio Hanese and others. So we need to change our attitude. We need to decide. Not when I get change if I name in Nigeria now, we have to commit to it. Igwoku na Twitter they were very, very important too. Sharing ideas, speaking up, pushing back, all they were very important, but to zero. And onye ọbụla nwere oke n'ọlụ dịịrị ya. The beautiful thing is that I bụ ndị na-agba mbọ, I bụ ndị na-agụ akwụkwọ, I bụ ndị na-alụ ọlụ. So onye ọbụla nwere skills ya, onye ọbụla nwere profession ya. Like neka anyị na-ebe a na-ekwu nke bụ na anyị nwere ike inweta lawyer. The reason why we couldn't find it is because I had already organized. Imagine ọ bụ na anyị akwadogo onwe anyị ọfụma dị organized. A ga-enwe at least mmadụ 10 ga-akpọta nwụrụ anyị ofu onye gbagotara ọfụma na this profession like emenwe ife. But anyị nwere enough people. Mmadụ nimekwana meeting nwanụ. And I get decided na this is going to be the last time. I'm forced to speak Igbo government n'ekwu because onwe some things match ka onye ọzọ na onye na-abụrụ onye Igbo jide ntị ya wee nụ ya sef. Onwe ka ọ dị. The other people, ndị ebe ọzọ na obodo adị eme ife anụ anyị ọsọ anyị nwa na-ekwu ife anyị ga-eme na public. We need to decide na this will be the last time I ga na-enwe I ga na-apa nkata ife anyị ga-eme anyị na-ekwu ya na Twitter space. Ọ dị shameful self. Alex anyị na-ekwu. Alex bụ ụdị mmadụ anyị need. Ife ọbụla ị na-eme n'ụwa ị need onye ga-eje nwunye na-eje na nke ndị ọzọ ahụ ndị nke gị na fa na-eme ihe o jekwulu fa na akpa nkata o wee nerekwana ife fa na-eme ọfụma anabatakwana ya mana inwe ka ihe si na-epushi ya na-akwụ ya ama nabatazi ya. Ọ bụrụ na Alex na-eso ife a ka ụfọdụ dị ebe a si ekwu ka o soli ya o nwere onye ga-ekwe ka ya na group ya banye n'ọfịs ndị a in the first place wee je nweta information fa nweta. That's what Sheikh was explaining. O nwere onye ọbụla nwere nke ọ ga-eme and onye ọbụla nwere ka ọ ga-esi. That's why you ji abịa n'anya n'obodo oyibo serious countries ha na-enwe spy, ha na-enwe agents. If eji emele etu ahụ bụ because o nwere ebe ime abanwu by yourself. O nwere ndị hara ama ngwa nwa okwu, o nwere ndị Chukwudi ama ngwa nwa okwu, o nwere ndị Uche ama ngwa nwa okwu because ha amaghị already. Mana o nwere ndị a na-afụ as ndị na-abụrụ threat to anybody. So ha bịa oke ngwa ọ bata onye a na-afụ ya as just na onye professional ka ọ bụ. So sometimes unu fụ ụmụ ife ndị a just trap ya. Ọ bụrụ na ọ mara ife. But if ever to now what if if ever how did you na judge na driver today but because na enwere ebe anyị na-meet behind as in closed door nwere ebe because ọ bụ na nwere ebe anyị na-meet aka kọgolo onye ọbụla aka emego meeting na together na-ekwe ife anyị ga-eme onye ọbụla ekwekọrịta ndị na-abịara meeting na gwazi afa na-ekwe ife anyị na meeting anyị ọ ya bụ pụtazi na Twitter space anyị ma ndị ka ndị na-amara ife fa na-eme because anyị makwa na ife. So ụmụnne m, let's decide from now on that this is going to be the last time I get more differ.
Yes,
we have a lot of
just,
people who want to make submission. So the request can come. But let's have more speakers to this so that we can, exhaust the requests that we have here. We have a lot of them. So,
so olukwa na omume akpọ oge ya abịakwa. Ịgwa gị eziokwu na enwe ndị m na ha na-ekwubeghị okwu na Twitter before n'abalị ụnyaahụ ka ndị chi out biko na-ekwe ka ihe a dị ka ebe ị ga-esi wee nye aka ọsị m oke mmemmenwu nka mmemmenwu nke ọzọ. You understand? And again, ife gbasara Igbo ọ dị-adịkwana mma ka rapịa n'isi ofu onye. You understand? Ọ dị-adịkwana mma ka rapịa n'isi ofu onye. A sị na ofu onye siela ọra ọ na-ericha mana ọra siela ofu onye ọma ndịcha. So let this be a lesson to each other. You have something to contribute to our league. Right now, I'm still asking, onye be a columnist, onye be onye Igbo be a columnist of Igbo extraction. You need to put a lot of things in writing about this very event. You get at least ebe onye ahụ ike contribute to, because we need to document these things. And again, the lawyer has been activated. At least all confirmed going now on with the so we'll be waiting for him and we'll be getting other updates. So thank you for those who contributed, and also thanks for those who were trying to get their questions answered. But please, Beacon, onye ọbụla uche unu dị and ife a na-eme kịta ndị a na ha na-eme ka ị na-anya kịta ị afụ na the VC of is Unilori send the government message congratulate the registrar of JAMB or PR. What else? All those things is just to douse the tension, to change, move the narrative. But I want to no, the way he handled it now, that he handled the commending him that handle the thing off. You understand? But the MLF politicians, even stakeholders, when you're cannot you get. But let me stop here and then listen to other people. Yeah, thank you.
all right, who is next to speak? Let's go straight to Ordinary Girl. Ordinary Girl, you have the floor. After that, then David, we have Velele, and of course Dutch OGB. So let's take it one after the other. Ordinary Girl, shoot.
I'm here. Thank you for the opportunity. So I don't know where to start. I have basically like two different things to talk about, but let me start with one. So regarding this post that Alex just posted, it has kind of rattled me up or threw me off balance because I spent my whole night in different spaces trying to understand the perspectives of different people. And one thing I picked out from yesterday was that everybody was agreeing that the receipt should not be pushed. Instead, we should push for a remarking. Yeah, but now Alex has posted something else, and Alex is like the protagonist of this whole thing. Like he started pushing for it, so it feels somehow. I really do not know. Please, I think it is important for us to come to a conclusion now, because there is a bit of confusion in the air. Are students receiving this thing or not? Yesterday, the ginger was for reviewing the scores. Today, Alex has said receive the exams. The mix is now complicated because this year, you all should align quickly, all of you, Chuka, Oma, everybody. You all should just align quickly and let us know which one we are doing, which of these conclusions are we going with. Should the students receive so that they can start planning to go by emergency now? Or are we pushing for a remark so that we can say everybody, nobody should go, push for a remark? Oh, this Alex, this and that. Okay, let's realign. You all should just go and realign on this thing and let us know. But then again, looking from Alex's angle, see, I'm allowed to have a multiplicity of angles because I am not that person that just looks at things from, like, I'm that person. If I'm having a fight with someone, I will not only tell my own side of the story, I will tell the other person's side of the story too, so that whoever is listening to me can understand the balance. So I want to look from Alex's angle, okay? Because I read his his update, and he talked about there are times when people have gone on strike and resumed, and schools still insist that students must brace up and write exams immediately by emergency without reading. And it's true, it has happened. Yeah, I know things like that have happened. But on the counter narrative, I also know that all states in Nigeria do not take do not take governorship election at the same time, using the same calendar, because something messed up with their routine, their electoral routine, and the states, both the federal and the state had to adjust to their own calendar. So there are two sides to this whole thing. But while I've taken my time throughout yesterday to pander to the other side that favors the students the more, the side of justice and fairness, the side of accountability, let me still look through Alex's side, and this would be my own reason. Yeah, I will give an example of my personal story. I don't like to do this, but yeah. So when I was in the university, I became a student union executive, and it kind of divided my attention between serving students and attending classes. Like, I could be in class and the VC or dean or somebody would just need my attention. I'll have to take permission and leave class. I began to miss classes. But one particular lecturer that didn't really like my rising saw it as pride, and he took it as a loophole to attempt to attack me academically. There was this back and forth. I'm trying to draw an example from my personal experience. Okay, so there was this back and forth, but at the end, the department, because I was not an easy person for him to pull down. I beg, he cannot pull me down very easily. So at the end, the department had to conclude that they have to strictly enforce the 70% attendance rule. Now look at what happened. What happened was that I won that issue. I won all my classes. None of my grade was affected. Why? I won them by attending every single class. I found a way. I found a way to create that balance. No matter what I'm doing anywhere, I must. No matter what union activities I have to do, I must be in that class. And when any question is asked, I must answer question. When I snapped the attendance, I was very strategic. I record my voice in class so that nobody can manipulate and say, yeah, she was not in class. So I want them by Kai, I don't know how to say it. Like, I mean, I came from an angle they were not expecting. As a person that was in, I would say power, don't mind me, that fake SUG power now. As a person that had that kind of power, I could push for stubbornness, because it's not every student that the department have to come and sit and agree that they want, okay, let's do this rule, let's give this a second chance. But I could have stubbornly, and my university would support me, because I remember the first time they had to write, I traveled for official duty, they wanted to fail me on, and my university wrote to my department and said, are you not aware she's on official duty? You have to retake that test. And they retook it. I could have stubbornly followed that route, but I decided to do something else, So I want them by attending every single class. It pained them die. I'm telling you. They wanted for me not to attend up to 70% so that they can win clear. But I have also seen a similar strategy with Tyrion in Game of Thrones. I'm not just quoting movies, I'm quoting my own personal experience. So then I think, if I have to think from Alex's angle, like I said, I am allowed to have a multiplicity of thoughts. Okay. So I think we can also beat them to this game by mobilizing our young people to take these exams again. Please don't bite me. You all, please don't bite me. Let me just land, okay? Yeah. So yeah, because staying away from the receipt there, yeah, what if it proves like an own goal, just like the seat at home? You understand? Because I remember when Kanu was arrested. Kanu used to declare seat at home to honor the fallen heroes day. Yeah, but after he was arrested, they declared like random, like plenty seat at home until he is released, and it turned out to be an own goal because the government didn't really give two fucks about us. Yeah, so now let's not say, oh, let's boycott this receipts. You understand? I'm just throwing it open. Oh, I'm just airing. Nobody should get angry at me. Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe it shouldn't be like an on go, just like the sit at home turned out, so that we can prove to these people that whatever way you bend the rules, whatever way you bend it, if you like put an exam, let it be that your plan is to put the exam to they cancel it tomorrow, so the next one you ask for receipt and will come and be disturbed and fail. That makes not of destabilize emotion, write it and still wipe the exam. You understand? Let's prove to them. No matter how you are bending this game, we are flexible. We will bend and we will still beat you to this game. But what if this is premeditated? What if this is deliberate? will see bitches, they will see men successfully. Let me tell you what I think. If receipts works, if jam will not receipts. Second thing, and the thing that the conference is that those who receive
So I need to bring some clarity to this conversation. The exam is going to happen on Saturday. We have today, we have tomorrow to discuss the court case. Now, there is currently data going on because all these things we are saying, we're talking from our own perspective. The people who matter the most are the kids. So as we speak right now, there is a conversation ongoing with the kids, their teachers, to find out and get credible data to say, are you people happy to go and take an exam on Saturday? But while that is going on, there is also the part of, okay, if these people come back by the end of today with that data and say, no, we are not happy to go and take. It's not when they now come back that we will not start trying to go and shop for a lawyer to start saying, okay, this is what needs to be done to stop it. So we are trying to play on both sides, okay? Are their lawyers ready? What needs to be done? Has the process started? If by this evening we get the feedback that the kids are happy to go take the exam, we'll pull back that case and focus on only the case of disenfranchisement going forward. But if the kids come back from the data we have, because it's not a case of wish and wash, we need to start looking at more of a data-driven perspective. If the data comes back and say, okay, they are not willing, then we go ahead. So it is both sides of the coin that is being played out as we speak. It's not like, okay, we're just focusing on one side and trying to say yes. A lot of permutations we are considered in terms of the conversations of what this means and the implications and all of that in terms of, okay, what is the percentage possibility of affectation on their score grades and all of that? What percentage changes are we likely to see? Just all of that that went in. Certain people moved for that, okay, people have been preparing for this for about 6 years, so 1, 2, 3 weeks should not make a difference. Certain people spoke on the side of the mental health affectation and all of that, and the fact that most of these people have switched off and moved on that side. And I hear people talking, I've seen a lot of tweets about remarking. Let's just make it clear, remarking is not possible. That is what has been advised, that owing to certain parameters, remark is not going to be possible. So that's why it's not being discussed. So let us move our conversation away from that as against thinking remark. Remark is totally not possible. I'll just put it at that in summary. Let me not bore you with all the details of why the remark is not possible. But from the conversations, remark is not possible. So our option is either we're sitting this exam this week or we're trying to move it forward when the students are going to be much more ready. But to do that, we're relying on the data from people who have access to these kids and their tutors to give us the feedback of if they are ready to go. So hopefully by midnight, we should be able to have that data and analyze it and move it forward. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you
Okay.
for that input, Chukodi. So we go straight to David. David, please unmute now and make your contribution. We should be rounding up because we can't stay on this issue forever.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, yeah, I'm actually in a very, very busy environment. Yes, well, just to give an insight concerning this issue on ground. As for me, as for me, my own take is simple. They should just scrap that body called JAMB. Akagbo ya akagbo. They just scrap it. It has overstayed its welcome in this country. Because so far so good, it is of no benefit. Because I wonder if even at the end of the conducted exam, candidates will be admitted. These same candidates will now sit for their own course or professional exam as related to their courses. It is still the school that will certify them as graduates. There has never been any central body that is saying, yeah, I'm certifying this person as a mass com, I'm certifying this person as a as someone that graduated from a music department. No, it is still the school. So they should scrap JAMB and allow schools to conduct their own entrance exams. That is my own take in all of these issues. Considering what happened recently now, and prior to this, their so-called crocodile tears and remorseful whatever they did on that press statement. We saw all the backlash. Even some persons were still defending this body. They were still defending this jam of a thing. It has played out now. Shebi the thing don open, everybody eye don see am. That, and I can tell you that this is not the first time JAMB has been doing this. Yes, it is possibly not the first time they've been doing it. They've been on this issue of having this so-called technical glitch or whatsoever. The so-called professor, the JAMB registrar. Yeah, perhaps maybe he was asked to compromise because some persons were saying he has integrity and blah 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 blah. Maybe he was asked to compromise and the thing backfired him. Probably that was why he was shedding that crocodile tears. I see the country we are. This same glitch happened 2023 INEC and now JAMB, and subsequently glitches upon glitches will keep happening in this country. Don't be surprised. They will soon tell us that they are having glitch with economic whatever in this country. That's why the country is not moving forward. Eh? So that is this should just be my simple take on this matter for now. And whatever legal for those people that want to pursue this issue legally, slamming a lawsuit, I think I will have to support them. I will support them. They have to. Because this torture, this whole thing we shouldn't just allow it slide. And you are telling people to come and write exams starting from tomorrow. I just saw a slip now, a reprinted slip, slated for tomorrow, 2 p.m. tomorrow in Lagos. They should come and sit for exam. How? How? How about the mental, the emotional state of this candidate, their mental state of the mental state of this particular candidate? They think it's easy. They think it's easy. A technical glitch that was just there only to mark down students, mark down candidates. Why was the technical glitch not able to increase mark? So just to mark certain numbers of students from certain regions. Yeah, well, good I think that we are finding out more about this our country in this time. It's very, very interesting. So that this will now enable us to now know how to hold people accountable. Enough is enough, honestly. Enough is enough. I think I will end my take. Thank you very much.
All right. So let's go to the next speaker, please. Sorry, Dutch OGB. Dutch. Are you there, Dutch? Okay. So let's get to Nkechi Nyere. Nkechi, it's your turn. Hello, Nkechi.
Yes,
I'm not
good
saying I'm
morning.
not
Okay,
I'm not
good
saying
morning.
Nkechi on the speaker section. It's not so.
No,
Okay,
she's here.
okay,
Um,
good morning.
David, kindly go. If you just spoke, you can go down so that we can bring more people. So, Nkechi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you all. I think I was in the space last night and I fell asleep at a point, and I woke up now and I heard that we have secured the attorneys. So thank you guys, thank you so much. Thank you. As somebody nyere dike, but mberede ka eji ama dike. Really, what I wanted to say is, um, even to respond to the two last speakers here, I think we can walk and chew gum. I don't think we should withdraw the case. I'm sorry. I don't think we should withdraw the case if we can, no matter whether the kids are going to take the exam or if they are not going to take the exam. I don't think it should be withdrawn. I think we can do both. If they are going to take, in fact, it's up to their parents, but we really do need to go to the law about this. Maka na ndị aga continue na anyị ga anyị shi n'ọnụ all the time and we take it. And we hope na ga-eme nothing and we're good with it. Ole ka ọ ga-eme anyị? How many times? Mba ozugbo. I think we should do whatever is necessary because I really did want to contribute and I still want to contribute. Ebe ọ bụ na enidiri m si n'okwu ọnụ m, I will be there. Ọ bụrụ na okwu nke a naanị, everything going forward. Ya nwụ ma enwe ebe a ga-etikọlata aha ndị ga-agbapụta ma a na-akpọ ndị Igbo because soon they ga aha m. I don't care ma 1 naira ka m nwere, I will give it. Because we should have people that have this kind of mindset to be ready at any time. I hate this thing of anyị me ihe a na-eme anyị and then within ourselves anyị na-suspect okwu onwe anyị. Because I really, really honestly think that majority of ndị Igbo, especially on this X, that their obi ha are in the right place. Yes, Nigeria has made people so weary and so suspicious of one ha, but I don't need to know you to trust you as onye Igbo. Especially people that are on this X that I have met, I have interacted with. We should have people that have this mindset to hit the ground running when we are called upon. So say, call upon me, even with the forms completed for the attorney. Say, no, I don't mind. I will still contribute. I don't think we should withdraw the case. I think the case should still go on, if for nothing, for them to come and explain what that technical glitch of nonsense that they are talking about. If the kids and their parents decide to go and take the test, the ones that could, let them. But in fact, I think what we should push for is the people that are ready should go take the test. The ones that could not, they should not be penalized. They should be granted enough time to be able to go back and take it. And I think that's what we should fight for in court. Just because of the time frame that they have given us of just tomorrow to start taking tests. And for just the tomorrow, only people in Lagos are, at least from what I've been hearing, only the ones in Lagos have been getting these text messages that they're supposed to get to confirm that they are retaking the exam. Has anybody confirmed if anybody in Alibo has gotten this text message? But they're still compelling us to go and take an exam. I cannot make decisions for people, for the students and for their parents. It's really up to their parents to make that decision. What we should be pushing for is that the ones that are not ready to go take it should not be penalized in any shape or form, just due to the time frame. So we should keep that attorney that we have on retainership to make sure that we fight this till the very end. Bonkwem. And whatever we get out of it, even if we did not get anything out of it, they will know not to mess with us next time. Na ọ bụrụ na apụta ekwu okwu onye ọbụla anakpu n'ụlọ ya and it's over. Then tomorrow they will increase it. I'm telling you all, I strongly suspect that if Mesoma is what was the elite must for them to come and do this on a broad stroke. And anybody that don't see it that way, that does not see the tribal aspect of this, can go honestly go fuck themselves. I won't stay here anymore, Connie. I don't think I've spoken in spaces now for almost a month. Because he can't go home. See, we do need to have an action group. Let's have that action group. Everybody does not have to be on it. But the people that are willing and able to should be on it. And Obun Kibe Akogologo to come and explain it is how are we doing it? Let's do it. I would not mind to be called upon. I don't have much, but for the little 50 kobo I have, I will put it there. No, it's like Ojukuma for. Thank you, Ono.
All right. So Dutch, are you here? If you're not here, let's go to the next speaker. Genesis. Dutch, are you here? Guys, I don't know. Agodo, are you still here? Taking
I
my
go there
leave.
sleeping. I go there sleeping. So I think Uche, whenever we finish with the people here, I will let him know.
Yeah, I want to be taking my leave, please. Agodo, are you still here?
Okay.
Okay.
No, he's not here. He left me a message of what will happen if you
Okay, let me accept as much as I can, then I can take about.
I'm here if I should speak.
As registrar of JAMB, I hold myself personally responsible including for the negligence of the service provider and I unreservedly apologize for it. And the trauma it has affected Nigerians to, directly or indirectly. We have decided that all the candidates affected in the 157 centers of the 882 be contacted to retake their examinations. These candidates are to be contacted through text messages addressed to their registered phone number from tomorrow, their email addresses, their profiles, and phone calls by JAMB. They are directed to reprint their examination slips for the rescheduled examination dates.
We are ready to fight this. Because right now they did this, they're expecting a reaction. Yeah, we'll give them the reaction. But we shouldn't give them just one reaction. Okay? We need to fight in multiple fronts. If anybody wants to go out to protest, well, people like me can join as well. If there is a good call for it. And there are other ways to protest this issue. There are other ways to protest. First of all, why aren't we seeing banners and posters all over the place calling out the government? That's another way to protest. We've tried sit at home, but somebody has said it was an own goal. Yeah, I agree. That was an own goal. But why don't you do something that can also call out the government? Because one of the things that the government is scared of, one of the things that these federal institutions are scared of is publicity, especially anything that would take it international. So why don't we use that against them? If there's any way that we can, okay, for example, someone was saying that we need an hashtag. Yeah, we do. coming up with hashtags like boycott jam is too. No, it's not right. This the government, the president of this country, should be held accountable. Is Tinubu targeting children of the southeast? That will be a very big news headline. So let's take that into account. I think this is the little submission I have. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I guess that's Genesis, right? Thank you for that submission. Yeah, we can work and chew gum at the same time. Okay. Let's go over to, if I'm correct, Alpha.
All right, Daniel, good morning. I'm sorry, Deep Sky, good morning. Good morning, everybody on the speaker and listener session. Okay, I think what the federal government of Nigeria has done is actually very disgraceful. Right from time, and I don't believe JAMB is a credible exam. This particular time to make it look as if they have been credible, but now they're a little bit no. I mean, those loopholes are there. This guy only exploited it on massive number of people. Because as far as I'm concerned, even if it's only one person that suffered the injustice of jam, they've gotten away with it several times. Like I said, and the other on another space, I believe I was a victim of their irresponsibility and carelessness and deliberate wickedness. Um, my own opinion, they did this in 2012, right? The first time they introduced CBT. Dibo Jerinde, another Yoruba man, was deliberate in making sure that people who, at least that time was not bigotry. So making sure that those who use CBT or those who didn't want to use CBT failed the exam massively. And it was a deliberate attempt to promote their CBT. They succeeded, they got away with that one. And and the people were not on the side of the students. And again, this type of nonsense, they continue to do it and they get away with it anytime they want. This particular one is very and again, how do we even know that the 3,000 whatever number they gave is the actual people that are affected? How are we sure that they are not by far more than that? How are we sure that they are not up to 1 million people out of the 1.7 million that are actually affected? So for me, should they scrap jam or should Nigeria scrap jam? Should we? I also, in fact, this is a very difficult thing because anybody who went through university, especially the federal institution, we know how corrupt. Because people talk about removing it and having just UTME organized by the. Again, when the former Minister of Education cancelled post TME, I was also among the people who vehemently opposed it, saying, who are these people to tell the school who is the best for them to admit? And the whole this thing lasted for just a year. The next year they brought it back. Yes, I very much agree that the two exams, looking at the nature of corruption and evil that go up in Nigeria, the two exams necessarily is a better option of maintaining balance, because what happens is that the post-TME exam is there to balance for those who probably cheated in JAM, and the JAM is there to balance for those who want to manipulate the post-TME. But again, the truth of the matter is that the Nigerian institutions are actually very decayed and actually very, will I say, corrupt. So this particular one that they are now using, there is no longer corruption, but anti-tribal corruption. There is no way it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't that five southeastern states are they are sycophants and they are idiots. Like one of them from southeast that I will not mention his name, because statistician posted something yesterday that indicated that at least more number, fewer than a little more people are affected in Lagos than affected in the entire southeast. But again, How do you explain that this glitch happened only in Southeast? It didn't happen in any other part of the country and Lagos. And you look at it, right? If you know the proximity of Southeast, there's so many Southern states and all these things. So the glitch will happen in Onitsha. It didn't happen in anywhere in Asaba. It could happen in Aba. It didn't happen in anywhere at Ikotebene. And all this nonsense. See, there is no way on earth any human being can explain to me and tell me that this and that, or that this thing is not deliberate. It makes no sense. It makes no human sense. It makes no common sense. It makes no rational. In fact, there's no sense that it makes in any way, shape, or form. So for me, I think it was deliberate, and I believe it has been. They have been doing it. They wanted to test it on large scale, but somehow, our people decided to speak up. The people decided to go into it because I believe that if our people, or if the people have always had this stand on things like this in the time past, we may not be here. Those Some of those things would have been sanitized. But again, I also wrote certain jam and got good score and got to study dentistry at that time. But again, I still do not give credit to probably me working harder than I did the other time, because I just saw it as, oh, my time just came and glory be to God. Because like I said, I believe that among all these national exams, the only one that I could count as credible, especially in their marking, is actually WAEC. The rest, I see them as being highly manipulated. Doesn't matter what the figures are, because in my own experience, they're actually highly manipulated. But again, looking at the way forward, it looks very bleak for the Nigerian institution, because we have a president. I don't even know why we are not yet carrying the president's coffin, because this is what they did to Goodluck Jonathan. We have a president who made it clear that he's going to be working with bigots. He's going to be working with anti-Igbo people. In fact, he's going to be doing only what he wants. Whenever someone does not align with him, the person becomes a bad person. So I think the lawsuit is necessary. But again, people said they cannot explain properly why the remarking is not possible. I mean, I found that actually very disgraceful and very disgusting, because I listened to the judgment delivered by this court in UK on Ike Ekweremadu. Every single human being who understands English can understand what the judgment is. But whenever it comes to Nigerian case, when something is important, nobody can say it in simple English. Nobody can understand what it is. It will not take experts for you to be able to understand what has happened. It is not because that is the case. It is because they deliberately do not want people to know what has happened. This is the criminal nature of the Nigerian state. And for me, I also do not understand why it is that whatever they have written is not stored in the computer for remarking. I don't know. I don't know how it makes sense. So even the one that
Yeah,
passed,
also, can you round up? I want to
yeah,
close this, just so
30
that other
seconds
people
for
can.
100 are done. So even the one that passed. So if someone decides to contest for his result, yes, I mean this type of it shows that the exam is not even designed for integrity, because in any particular this thing, those figures, those data are stored. You're able to see what you wrote and what you did not write and everything. So for me, I think the whole leadership of JAM should be sent out. The president himself should resign, because he's the one that is bringing all these things to Nigeria. And I think if we must have JAM, I also suggest that alternative exams, alternative rival exams should be established, and the presidency or the Nigerian constitution should certify it. so that people are not left at the mercy of these idiots who do not want Nigerians to make progress. For me, that is what I believe is part of the solution. For this particular one, I believe is deliberate. I don't think it's mistake. I believe they deliberately did this thing, and I don't think, in my own opinion, that is only those numbers that are affected. So, I think also in a case that they want to remark or anything rewrite, I think every other person that feels that his score is not okay should be given that privilege. They shouldn't tell us who is affected because they denied it in the first. They shouldn't be the one telling us who is affected. They should extend it to everybody who feels that their scores were tampered with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alfu. Ikem Motown, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I cannot alone.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm going to talk on or speak on the issue of the engagement of the lawyer. First and foremost, I am so happy that some of you that stayed on this matter thought about engaging the legal aspect of this matter. So it was good, very, 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 very appropriate, because we don't need, I'm not going to rehash the reasoning behind your decisions to engage lawyers. But I have an objection, and that is on the fact that among all the deliberations, because this is for tomorrow, because we're still going to, it's not just about the money aspect of it, but because of tomorrow, we're still going to need money to pursue matters. And I've tried to put certain things on the post and the listing before, but I don't think it was read. I'm saying that we should do it properly, so that even if it is one naira or two pounds or $2 or something like that, people will be glad to put it in because there is transparency. I understand that there was no time to do this, but the issue of obtaining an ex parte motion does not need a son. What it requires is a lawyer who can give us, those who have discussed with him, or given the facts to the lawyer to engage him, what are the relevant issues or courses of action? Because that's what is only required. They're not going to talk about the merits of the case at this moment. But once you are able to put in something that the judge will see, yes, this is important. On the surface of it, it's very clear that there are issues of human rights violations, mental health torture, issues of discrimination, profiling, and so there are grounds that you need to put out there. You're not going to start discussing this case on the very motion at that very moment. So next time, even if you're engaging a lawyer next time, let the lawyer speak. You have given the lawyer your
Accept the explanation I've given as the truth on this matter. I apologize and take full responsibility, not just in words. I want to say a big thank you to all of you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So for him to now recount or kind of, twist his tongues and say something differently, is not going to support our case, because they will invite him. So if he's now supporting the idea that the students should go back and retake the exams, he is shooting us on our legs. He's not doing us any favors. So people will have to be strategic, decide things before we do it. Also, there is no doubt that this thing was not error. It was this deliberate, targeted on our people. We're not going to be able to begin to debate that. It was deliberate. So what you saw there, the man crying, and he is a serious Yoruba Taliban, a Muslim. They have their tactics. When you saw people clapping, it was because he was able to dramatize it and they were happy. That is what they call takia. Islam allows it. He said, tell them lies. Nobody's going to, they say it's okay for you to lie to achieve a particular purpose for Allah. So you know that this man, Ishaq or whatever, Ishaka also, there is no way he's not work. There is always a religious issue in matters like this, or even tribal, So the cry and the clapping was a drama orchestrated, and they enjoyed it. So for anyone, for them to have that temerity to decide that a few hours later, after admitting the crime they committed, they still has that gut to subject our people, our kids, to go and retake the exams. That is to tell you that they are in charge. They dictate what happens. There is no empathy. Who will ever even think of it? Who will ever think that after you must have traumatized people, and a few hours later you say, go and take the exams? So even if it means that we are going to show them anything that we are too intelligent and so on, it means we are accepting defeat. Because if I'm able to and we have done it, and are we going to accept that? So my happiness today, Bona, and we go a very important action that is already in the works. That is the legal aspect of it. But obviously the narrative, and we are not accepting it. So no matter how they cry or the man dramatize the situation, he can't fool us. I yield.
All right, thank you. You can let's go over to we have Maz. Okay. Maz, okay, good afternoon.
Yeah, good day, Munam.
Okay,
Biko, biko, achọrọ m ikwu ihe especially ihe nwanne m nwoke kwu okwu before now. Biko, anyị ga-adị very careful. Ọ bụrụ na ewepụ Alex n'okwu a, nwere n'ime anyị ga-ana ebe nwere ga-ama ihe a na-eme. Okwu a bụrụ okwu ọbụla gbasara Alex na ihe Alex tweet abụrụ okwu anyị na-eweta na space a. Onye ọnụ na-moderate ya mmadụ jebe ebe a, biko kwụsịnụ ya. A na-agwọ nsi odo anya ara etinye ya gbaka. Alex nọ on the right track. O kwesịrị ime ihe a na-eme. Onye ọbụla ama gbala ọtọ baba n'ime ahịa at once. Ya nwe na onwe ya kwesịrị ọ na-aba ọbanye n'ime ebe ebu awụrụ aba. Mana ọ bụrụ nwe some certain narratives ọ ga-abụ ime ya associate to. Ọchị ịbata ebe ebu awụrụ abata si ya ibu awụrụ. And ọ bụrụ na o jere ebe iyi awụrụ aba, o nwezi ihe ọzọ anyị ama. Biko sọsọ ya nwere ihe nchi ya ka nkọwala anyị. Ọ bụrụ ma ihe onye ọbụla na-ekwu dị mma, mana biko onye ọbụla kpụrụ ili ya n'ọnụ malụ na a na-ekwu ive a na a na-agwọ nsi odo anya ara etinye ya gbaka. Ekenekwa m unu.
All right, Mazis, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, equal offer, because I think I got no club before. I'm a go, I'm not logo dollars sometimes. Say any equal stuff, okay, I can't explain a phone. Me took away to the mic, I go down a la hona, so I not just limit the space. Mana, because I think I could give you off. I will carry a back calls on somebody, but just for a moment, through kind of shake my man, I can't sneak one more, I can't maka ịnabazi ya na starman ikugo n'oko before, so na iti imechizi emechi biko. Yeah, Chuka,
I no go say.
ngwan 2 minutes biko. Oh,
Well, me or Chuka?
no, you, yeah, you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to ask Anambra first son, because he was saying that we are not going to run away with Nigeria. We have to fight. And okay. And if there's one thing I know about xenophobic agendas, it is one of the hardest things to end because it's generational. Everybody is surprised that the people they went to school today are now helping do this xenophobia against Ndibo today. The very people you went to school. And everybody is crying how, oh, their parents taught their children as if their current children that we went to school with today are not teaching their own children going to school with our children. I don't know why, for some reason, some people are hell-bent on going down with the Nigeria ship. And this jump, I mean, is it not like deja vu of INEC? Why is it that only when it comes to Nigeria and when it concerns Ndibo, technology will fail? Technology will just suddenly. That people will even start suggesting, let's go back to manual counting. If the technology is exposing something like this, only God knows what the manual counting is it can't even expose. Or unless somebody is trying to tell me one person will go around the whole nation or the country, go and count everything personally. How many years? I've heard people talking about, oh yeah, this is Takia, this is Takia. How many years are we going to live under this Takia? And does anybody think something will make the people doing this Takia stop? And do you really feel confident that your children will be able to handle this takia and hand it over to their children and they will hand it over? Is this how you plan for your children to be living? Your mates and your children's mates are doing robotics, AI today. We're still fighting takia. They break Nigeria now. Some people are hearing Sheko. They don't even want to hear it. Even though Gideon his solution.
Starman, time.
Gideon his solution. Hold your leaders accountable. But but you know this they won't do anything. But for how long? We've been doing this nonsense now. Buhari Abela waste area 8 years. Tinubu has added 2 years. That's 10 years wasted of people's lives. Tinubu will still do another 6. That's 16 years wasted. Or Abi, 16 years of people's lives wasted. By the time North finish their own, whether it's L5, Kwankwa, so that's 24 years. So if you are 24 when you start voting Buhari, you'll be 48 by the time this nonsense finishes. And how old will Leo Peter be even be then? But I don't know. Maybe people ask, I don't know how long people will keep waiting for a miracle, waiting for a miracle, waiting for a miracle. And even in their adult age, they refuse to take their own agency in their own hand and do something for themselves. Even the ones that want to do political party, all I hear is them. Oh, this person should. Oh, somebody should. Why una no start? If you guys have started a political party since, do you know? Maybe I would have taken you seriously. But I noticed till 2027, you keep waiting for. Who is waiting for a bogus party?
Starman.
Okay, yeah,
Starman,
yeah.
your time, please. Yes. So I think it's important that when we have an issue, we focus on it and you know face it head on. And because the question now is you're trying to remind us our history or some of the things that we did not do. What about now? What can we do now? What can we do in the now?
Okay, let me just
Everybody is reacting. Hold
what's
on, no,
now.
hold on, just hold on. You're done actually speaking. Just want to so that we can quickly move on. It's not always about this historical back and forth. It's about the now. You live in a space. A number of times you will deal with people will disagree with you, people will fight you. But what matters most is how you react. If you react the right way, then you are telling the person, I won't tolerate this again. And that is what we're only asking for in today's case or yesterday's case. So, yeah, we back bro to come and teach ourselves history. But something happened and we say we need to correct that. You get. So let's learn how to manage conversations because again, it's just going to be that polarization conversation where people are talking about what can we do now? You and I never if I get and they were not willing back to history and trying to tell people that they were doing saying this and that and they do not know what they are doing. But anyway, thank you for your submission. I think we need to go
Let me
over
just
to
say one, two sentences
no
about.
please no please now please let's get other people to just say the thing and go. Yeah, please. All right. Ordinary girl. I think you were speaking before, and then your network you got disconnected. I don't know if you're still there. Just use
Yeah,
2 minutes to respond.
I'm here. I was speaking that somebody needed to contribute, and then my network was bad, so that was how I lost out. I'm so sorry. If I could just have a few moments to myself to make my points, I promise not to take our time too much. So, like I said, I spoke in favor of Alex's direction, and I spoke with reason on why I buy into that idea. Of course, I did reflect on the two sides to it and whatever negotiations we could be putting forth, maybe adjusting the dates to a more convenient time, but taking the receipt and stuff. But whatever it is, I would still say that let us not relent on the lawsuits against JAM because action is important. Just in case this JAM experiment is testing the waters ahead of anything else to come. Okay, so let's still slam the lawsuit for JAM being incompetent and for releasing a flawed score, maybe demanding a third party investigation to ensure it never repeats, maybe to demand compensation for students, maybe to demand resignation of the people involved in this wickedness. But whatever it is, slamming the lawsuit is a strong statement. And we have to, in doing that, we have to be sure that our demands are very clear and smart. When I say smart, I'm talking about being specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. We understand how important that is. But so what exactly I wanted to say, because when I was talking, I did mention that I had two things to say, and yeah, I talked about Alexis angle, and then the other thing I wanted to talk about is I was wondering that at this point in our history as Igbos, shouldn't we have like a bar of lawyers working for the Igbo collective interest, like a bar of lawyers that share our own interests, not just lawyers, hired lawyers, okay, but the ones that share our collective interests that are interested in what we as Igbos are interested in. Okay, so I think a group of lawyers are called bar, right? So that's what I mean, a bar of lawyers. Not like we should go and set up a bar, like a legal chambers. No, like just a collection of lawyers, a cluster working with us. You understand? Maybe pro bono, maybe not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to speak towards contribution or no contribution of practitioners that bring themselves together towards Igbo progress. Like ready, always on standby to take up a cause once we identify it. For example, now we have an issue. We are needing legal action. And now we have to start sourcing and sorting for lawyers. Thanks to everyone that's putting effort, but we need to get sophisticated and ever ready. Let me make this let me allude
I
to
don't know if
this.
it's
Yeah, I
ordinary
do
girl.
not
We're
like.
struggling to hear you again.
Oh God,
No, yeah,
but
yeah,
can
yeah,
you
yeah.
hear
I
me
can hear
now?
you
I
now.
can hear her.
Okay. Oh God, please, my mic all the time. So I'll try to project my voice so that to support. So I do not like showery. I don't like to come off as though I'm shouting. I'm trying to help with my voice, okay? So you can hear me. So I'm not shouting, I'm not barking, I'm not being rude. So I don't like showery, but let me point out something to buttress my point. I do not like Shawari, but I just want to point out something, okay? So Shawari has a gang of lawyers always on standby for his cases. For example, Inibe used to be Shawari's AAC lawyer. He has Falano, he has Akinyode, he has Marshall, and so on. So some are pro bono, some are paid, and some are simply financially mobilized just to do the job. But the take home point for this is that these lawyers they are invested in his struggle. They are interested and invested in his struggle. That's the point I'm trying to bring. And they believe in his vision. I'm not preaching his vision. I don't believe in his vision, but I'm saying they believe in his vision and they share a common interest with him. So his lawyers cut across that spec, if you understand what I'm saying. So when any of his related cases come up, first, his lawyers know their job and they will take it up from there immediately without showing whether Shawara is available at the moment or not. Secondly, Shawara is sure that they will go above and beyond to defend the cause because it aligns with their own interests. Some of these lawyers, of course, are not in this team today, but I just use it as an example to pass the message. So this brings me to my point, okay? Hiring just random lawyers or son is not ideal. Please don't bite me yet. I'm coming. So it's not very ideal. Of course, we understand that they will have to be paid because it is a job, and of course the job itself would incur costs. So yes, I agree to paying. Of course, that's not the problem. But if money is the only motivation for the lawyers we get for their involvement, they are in the case because we have hired them, they are in the case because we're going to pay them. We may not get so much, we may get result, but I don't know to what extent. And this is not restricted only to this jam issue. Please, Ndigbo, understand me. This is not restricted only to this jam issue, but for any other cause that Igbos may face as a collective in the future. But if the lawyers we would gather, even though we would be paying them, I agree that come on, they have to be paid. I mean, money is a motivation, you understand? So, but but I think that they should share like a common interest. We should have lawyers that share a common interest with us and share in our struggle. Conclusion. So paying or not paying lawyers should not be the challenge. Pro bono or contribution is not the issue for me. My angle of focus is who are the lineup of lawyers we are picking? Are they aligned with our interest? And shouldn't we start thinking towards having our own group of lawyers on standby for the Igbo collective case?
Yeah,
I understand that
time,
this is the
time,
first
time.
time. I'm rounding up. I have like 30 seconds more.
Yes,
I
yes.
understand that this is the first. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deep Sky. So I understand that this is the first of its kind for us Igbos in this generation. I really understand that. So it is okay for us to start from somewhere. Very okay, very okay. So for now, we may do what we can because we are just starting this awakening. And of course, we have to start from somewhere, but we should just understand that going forward, it is important that we have our own lawyers on standby to push the Igbo struggle, knowing fully well that we are a targeted group and that we should select our lawyers according to their interests, how their interests aligns with us. I appreciate the effort of everyone working towards this already. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for everything. Thank you for all you do. At this point, I yield the mic. I'm not requesting the mic again. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. To be honest, I like your voice. If I have my way, I can say, let's keep listening to you the whole day. But then I believe this space has been running for more than 5 hours, if I'm correct, way more than 5 hours. So thank you very much for your submission. I think this is the second time I'm listening to you. The last time I can't remember, I think it was Anambra first on space, and this time around here. So let me say this. Yes. So this is why we emphasize on that we need to work together. We need to know each other. You get me? So what has happened is that even though a lot of us are here, we don't know each other. Because it's only when I know you that I can say, okay, I know your capacity, I know what you can do. Now, this is not to stress you or to bring it back to you, but I believe that everyone has something that they can contribute. As we are right now, ordinary girl, what can you do for Alibu? the bare minimum that you can do for us?
Um, thank you, Deep Sky, for asking. It's really important question, and everybody should be asking themselves this. I do ask myself this in my own time, but I can say one or two things, and I wouldn't say everything because there are certain things I want to do. I want to do them anonymously so that nobody's able to trace, because it is important. Guerrilla warfare is important. Striking from a hidden corner is important. Everything is important. But yeah, be merciful, but I'm part of the pushback. I joined Harry's bigotry bigotry assembly, not because it's typical of me, but because that's the least I think I could do, the least thing. Okay. And I'm thinking about a I'm thinking about running a proper website. Because you asked, I'm saying because you asked, okay. I'm thinking about running a proper website which will not be affiliated to me in any way. So the reason I want to run this proper website is because that we cannot say we have more than, there's nothing like more than enough media to push the Igbo story, to tell the Igbo narrative. So I want to have that media so that whatever is posted on Twitter around the Igbo existence, I will take it out of Twitter and put it in mainstream, like in proper news website. I want to do that and to not be affiliated with me. The reason is because any day, anytime, I don't know, I don't want to say, but X can either stop existing or stop being interesting for people. Researchers, I do research, and I understand that sometimes when you they do allow things from X, but there is to a limited extent. They will say, okay, what about credible news outlets? What about this and that? So that's why I'm trying to take it. And so it's not just like, oh, unverifiable social media, da da da. Sometimes in actual professional research, academic research, while they allow it to an extent, but they do at some point say you can't do everything, all your evidences are revolving around XXX and all social media contribution. So I'm trying to take this thing out of social media. Whatever is happening on social media, I believe strongly in it, because it is the people telling their own story. Igbos are telling Igbo stories. Nobody else stands a better chance telling the Igbo story. So I want to do that, and it's something I'm looking at setting up. It's going to take me, racking my brain, sitting down, drafting so that I get it right. So these are like one or two things. I would not mention the rest because they have to be private. I have to operate from an angle of privacy.
Thank you very
Sorry.
much,
Thank you.
Ordinary Girl. Okay, so that's a wonderful submission. I'm glad at least you have something in your head that you think you can do. But I still believe that there is more that you can do. Okay. But I'm not going to talk about it here. So probably later, I'll get in touch, and then the media team. I think I'm glad you also understand that idea, because I don't know if you joined this space earlier in the morning. We're emphasizing that we need columnists, people who can be able to use mainstream media to write narratives around this, because this idea of only talking on social media, yes, it's pushed back, but in the long run, it's not usually considered as a major source of information, because people would want to cite and want to reference, and it is not an ideal place to reference. I'm glad that you understand that concept, and I'm glad you are willing to invest in that to help us in that category. So this is also applicable to everybody here. Please, as an so I'm going to thank all of you for not giving up, for fighting back, for asking for a fair for justice and fairness. Yes, we may not have gotten something, but the message has been passed. And I'm still concerned about a number of people who may not have gotten the information that they will write an exam tomorrow, because I think the time is too sudden. Remember, I think sometimes when we have this conversation, we tend to have it from a prism of privilege, because maybe Alex might be interfacing with people in Lagos, or I might be interfacing with people in Enugu, Abuja, that I know that live in the city. They'll probably have this information. What about those who live in the rural communities, who probably traveled a few tens of kilometers to go to the city to go and write this exam? What if they don't even have the money to quickly go and go travel again to go and write the exam on Saturday? I do remember there were a number of people who were scheduled. I don't know what happened. You remember the story that happened a few weeks ago? Yes, they had to do something around 6 or 6:30 a.m. in the morning, and many of them did not participate in the exam. I don't know if the exam was scheduled then or they had to do some sort of registration. And these people, are they left out now? Are they included in this very exam? So there are actually a number of questions that I think we need answers to. And JAMB is trying to cover the shenanigan that they did, the fraud that they committed. Because this is fraud. You understand? This is not a glitch. This is fraud. Let's call it what it is, because you cannot disenfranchise a populace, a targeted population, and then you come and tell me it is a glitch. If it is a glitch, you would have realized from day one that this is a glitch, because you have records, you have logs, you have tracker, you have monitoring system, you should have observing tools or observing infrastructure in your cloud service to know that something is wrong. But you did not do so, and then 9 minutes after people have protested, you're not telling us it's a glitch. No, we don't buy that glitch thing. The word glitch is not applicable here. But that's by the way. So I'd like to leave the room for Chuka to give its final submission, and then we'll call it a day. Chuka. Oh my goodness, I'm calling Choka and Choka is having network problems. Choka, what is going on? I just called you and then you started moving. Okay, let's see if he's going to come back. So Chuka, ordinarily, can you still see him on in the space?
On the speaker,
Sir, did
I
you
can't see him.
You
He's
can
not
see
even
him.
having connection. And
He's in the speaker section. Are you seeing him as in the speaker section?
He looks
he's
like
in this.
the speaker. He
He's
looks
in the speaker. Okay, he has left now. He's no longer there.
maybe he
Yeah,
has to come back.
I think he's having network problems. Let's see if he comes back. Okay, so I think the point has been made. And this is a lesson for each and every one of us. Choka, okay, Choka is back.
Hello.
Yes, yeah, Choka.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, I would like to say that I'm actually proud that we're able to get to where we have got to this afternoon. This is an intervention. That's what has happened this morning, and this is an example of what can be done when there is collective effort. And this is also a lesson for us to see that it would have been impossible if people who were doing their own things didn't just decide, okay, because if I get mad about this, and this was random, it was spontaneous. From Twitter space, people started calling each other, high game. But going forward, we need to now narrow it down to a permanent operation. In fact, we need an institution, an organized institution that reflects this generation of Umuibo, progressive, like-minded, and educated. We need an institution that represents us, that reflects that we are serious. An institution that says, indeed, that this generation mean if I find you on Twitter or governor. And if we had that, that would address what Ordinary Girl was mentioning about lawyer. Because if we have an institution where you have thousands of people, just like you have IPOP, and it's just about Alibo development, there is no way you won't find 200 lawyers there. Out of the 200 lawyers, there's a chance you'll find one son or two. Or onye bụ nwa son. Because in the son na lawyer. But we will be able to find whatever resources we need. Urban aside the economy, we can find people who are economists, who are fund managers, or who are financial engineers, or anything we need. Urban in the area of real estate, we have people. In Urban, I need the engineers, tech. I get what I want in that fold. We need that. And effort has been on about this. I mean, I have said this thing so many times that sometimes I get weary talking about it because I feel like I'm repeating myself like a broken clock. But I'll go on and explain. I was on a particular space a year ago, more than a year ago actually, watching a mellow space. And if I need the group, then I think it was Daniel that mentioned that there are many groups existing that have started at different points, different times over the last 5 years. My Tetao, my Libo Youth Forum, my A plus, like five. So he suggested, can we harmonize the efforts of all these groups? Cobble one, a unified voice that everybody can pull together, lock arms, and use the collective resources to drive. ka ọ bụrụ the vehicle ụmụ Igbo ga-eji na-alụ ọlụ, the vehicle ụmụ Igbo ga-eji na-pursue the Igbo interest, the vehicle ụmụ Igbo ga-eji na-demand accountability, a demand good governance n'ala Igbo, and also a vehicle ụmụ Igbo ga-eji wee na-defend ndị Igbo in the Nigerian context, both politically, economically, and socially. And a vehicle ụmụ Igbo ga-eji na-promote Igbo interest, Igbo heritage, Igbo culture. Otu ahụ si abụ flavor onye ife ọbụla bụ ife ndị Igbo na-eme mmalụ mma pụta anyị ncha na-adị excited, or little more coordinated, or little more organized, to the point that we can actually initiate important projects, both social, cultural, political, and economic. Even set up businesses that can create employment. It can grow into anything you can imagine with your mind, because I'm a year before. If you just do a little research, you can find out about Igbo State Union. It existed in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And the people that started it were as young as Mono now. They were that young, uneducated. But there was a vision, and it was a united vision. They had one mind, they had one purpose, to make sure that Umu Igbo, Ali Igbo, develop Ogawa. And they went in one direction. And I'm sure I had an argument with the IML, but I'm sure they were more than that, sir, because I wouldn't dare. But the point is that they were able to galvanize the people. They were able to initiate projects. They were able to ensure that we were good leaders in political office. That's how we had the people like those like M.I. Okpara and the rest of them, until the war happened and set us back. Ohaneze was introduced as a reintroduction of that, but okay, create your line Ohaneze. The same thing before. So they insisted it has to be a social cultural group, no longer an action group. But I was in there in China now. So I try to organize your one again. So while that conversation was going on about harmonizing the efforts, there were a lot of meetings by the leaders of all those various groups, and came to a conclusion that we will do this. And we came up with a name at some point. Ekubezia, what is the vision of this? What is the mission? What is the shape of this organization? And we came up with the name Ikeora, which means the power of the people. And it reflects the Igwebike spirit of Ndibo. And it's speaking of collective efforts. Ora means the people. That means worry he get mad about it without aura. Because we've been working in silos. Alex Nemenkia, Gaius Nemenkia, Anna Professor Nemenkia, watching the Melon Nemenkia, Onyobuna Nemenkia, which is good. But at some point, we should be able to pull together with the experience and well in the areas we're making efforts, in those areas of endeavors, we pull together under one roof in one room and harmonize our efforts and organize ourselves. And you went something like a machinery, so that whatever we want to do, all those resources, all those experiences, skills, numbers can be meaningful, because in the Baisna, and you call Mamilonu above. This is the only thing Igbo na lack. I didn't say some. This is the only thing Igbo na lack in this generation. If we get it right and build it properly, channel towards Ali Igbo development, is only a matter of time. It might take 5 years. It might take 20 years. It might take 50 years. But one thing is for sure, we would change our story completely. And I mean, the rest of the people get fine. Nothing is ever given to you. You have to build yourself to the point that you are strong enough, formidable enough to rise above whatever that the enemy is. So that's why I say I be victim. And you grow to the point that you go so formidable and so powerful in every sphere, in every area. No way is if a mother game anymore. To the point that anybody when you see any agency before what chair for not before man it not get cheer for my because can I survive? My office can survive when they find that now. Make about the consequences, because only I did when all about why can I job. And you do this to go bang already. And just imagine a time when people who live in other parts of our Libo, sorry, Lake Nigeria, Africa, Nigeria and Libo, because of development. Nigeria business opportunity. Nigeria me invest economy. This is what we're looking for. And oboro ifo fu onye game. And I choro any messiah. I choro any savior. I choro one powerful leader, any supreme leader. No, all the people. All the people. This is what is already going on, but I can on a beginning stage. Ikora Global has a handle on this Twitter. Ikora Global at Ikora Global is just starting. I can be defending, so he can come in now. I can be the Solangi where organize a for whatever you think that is a concern. Magunwa Harry, Onyobuna, whatever you think that is not being addressed. Kita I need be the Yabata. Solangi, Kaincha me organize a ofuma. Koya Libwechi. 1 year later, it's in the Amari Fevane. They didn't do this one, they didn't do that one. Can they begin one? No? Because the more on your God Solifa, on your natural progress in the Igbo. Believe on a Igbo need development is supposed to be part of this. Oborokwa no you, mano nkanyi megolo. Aye ejun welu all. Koya Libo Messia, it could be another group again. Bidokwa another group. At the end of the day, when 3 different groups, we will keep splitting ourselves into small. It makes us weak. We can no longer continue like that. It's actually good that the Modern groups because that's a reaction to the desire for change. But Olugozo Gaga harmonize all those reactions, all those efforts into one formidable. Oma adekwa easy o. Maka ndị be anyị adịghị ekwe ekwe. Oma adị easy. And that's the reason why I get many different from if I for ebe ndị ọzọ. Because of my disease. So everybody, we have to figure it out together. Mankani ekwe ga no na-erase ebe. I like Romia. Kwesịrị ịdị etu a. Ekwesịrị inwe mechanism esi erase ego. God be very transparent. And when you say, I na to the money, na afụ ka the money na-eme increase. Na afụ ya na enwe platform ebe ga na-anya na-check ya by yourself. Ọ bụrụ nke sị mmadụ ya gosi gị ife emelu. Then erase si ego, agwa gị nekwa ife, gosi gị report. Nekwa ego na-eraseli. Nekwa ego na-esendeli. Nekwa ife eji wee mee. Nekwa nke follow. Na ife anyị eji nke a wee mee. At the end of the month, enye report. Enwe ike sị ebe low level onye ọbụla na-atụzi ego. Ọ bụrụ $50, ọ bụrụ 10,000 naira, ọ bụrụ 1,000 naira, ọ bụrụ $100, ọ bụrụ 50 pounds or euro, nke ọbụla onye ọbụla na-atụ. O need ready fixed. Ị marụ na ego ọbụla itinyere ebe a na ife eji eme. Gị nwere onwe gị na-eme ikekwa sure na eji eme ife ekwu na a ga-eji ya wee mee. So I get with transparency, more accountability, so that we can show ourselves among ourselves. Na if I na one the governor and the senator and the local government chairman me, na I me already. Because I mean then we can produce from amongst ourselves the next governors and senators and House of Rep members and local government chairmen. So I'm inviting you. I'm not the leader. I ain't level, but we are all concerned. We are all interested. We are all invested. We are all committed. That is the most important part. We are all committed. Since all because I committed. And that was why it was easier for us to organize ourselves quickly because the guy and we go small mechanisms on how to organize. So, but we need to build it. We need more hands. We need more skills. We need more resources. We need more connections. That's the appeal. I'm willing to answer you. I don't know.
Okay. Oh,
Sister,
Yeah. Me
ordinary girl. Yeah. After gena talk, I don't on the same field. Madun Makesha Sui, but Makesha Sui. Why one low voice see the
please
cow?
don't be angry with me. Chuka, God bless you. Okay, so what first thing I want to say, Chuka, that group you mentioned, can you please pin it on the Jumbotron so that people can follow it quickly before the space comes to an end? Secondly, I want to say something, but I want to say it in Igbo because I don't want people to hear. But the problem is I'm not fluent and I'm very ashamed of myself. I'm so sorry. I know I've explained this situation in one other space if you will understand my situation, okay? Oh, mam gwaram na Igbo. So I will try. I may not sound good, but manage. I just want to connect the dots. Just understand. I don't want to say it for everybody to hear. So, Maka, the mechanisms of raising funds. Chuka, Kurum. So, Imana, check how I want to this thing up. Imana, I say serious. Na ọganiru ndị Igbo anyị nwa this generation chọrọ ime concerning ihe Chuka mention ịma that na o nwere ndị politicians nọ n'ala Igbo na-eme nzuzu karị but how that I need is serious. You understand? How that seriousness, how the progress. He nwere ike anyị nwere ike or he nwere ike na-make contribution to us codedly, quietly, supporting and funding. Makana, I want to believe that just like the military, there are people in the military that um still have the hearts of Nigerians, like, oh God, Nigerians don't deserve to go through this, they deserve better. There are people in the police that still have the heart, but it feels like their hands are tied by the oath they've sworn, you understand, to obey the last order, to obey the institution, to obey the government. Yeah. So the same way I feel that now some of these are politicians, some of them all because were too much cases with the government, or all the bad things they've been doing, so they cannot come out to support something good. But how that's now, I need the very serious quietly and codedly. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm improving my Igbo. Thank you so much for your time.
Anyị ga na-akwụkwọ ụgwọ so that anyị si wee na-eje ebe a bịa ebe a na-improve your Igbo, ya na-enweta ego from it. Ya ikwulu ọfụma ntụkọ akwụkwọ a na-ege na achọrọ m eji ya ajụjụ. So ọkwa maka ndị jụrụ maka ike ọra, ị na-anya na ọkwa Jumbotron ka unu na-akpọ ya, ị ga-afụ na-eshi ego ike ọra global handle. And ị na-anya na ihe a post ahụ eshia ife a project ike ọra nwere. So na ike ọra nwekwa many things ha na-eme kịta. Nke a bụ nke a kịta ife na-afọ ebe a bụ nke gbasara ọha. Anyị kpọrọ ya Southeast Innovative Research Competition. Gịnị mere anyị ji wee na-eme anyị ji wee bido project a? Ị na-anya n'ala Igbo, ụmụaka anyị na-agụ akwụkwọ, ịgụsị akwụkwọ, ụfọdụ ha na-aga skuul mee project, mana eri mgbe oge na-eteghị aka gara aga skuul ka o si wee na-adazi ịfọkwa na be anyị. Ịmago yesten ụfọdụ bịazi na-asị na skuul na scam. You understand? Enwe best graduating student nwere ike nye 20 ma 30,000. Ọ dịrọ nnọọ mma, ụdị ihe adịghị encourage ịmago mmadụ ịgba mbọ. So ya na-ene anya ka anyị ga-esi wee na sọpọtụ ịmago ịgba mbọ n'ala Igbo, ịgba mbọ n'aka ọrụ na ịgba mbọ na ịgbasara agụmakwụkwọ. Anyị sị ka anyị bidogodo nke a, ka anyị targetgodo ụmụaka anyị ndị nọ na final year na ha eme project this final year. Ha emesie onye chee na project ya malụ mma ya submit ya. Ọ bụ na ego edise ya ndị win link ha ka mma, ha ya win prizes. Ị na-anya ebe ahụ, the first prize bụ 1 million, second prize 500,000, third prize bụ 300,000. Ha nwekwara other activities they plans enwelu for them. So biko nyere na anyị aka gbasa ozi a. Anyị ma na ụmụaka ka na-edegodo, ha ka na-akwado skuul ka na-ebido so nwe ka ọ bụ na ha ka nọ first semester, mgbe ha na-ede first semester exam ha kịta. So project ga-abụ na second semester. Ọ bụrụ na enwe nwanne gị nọ final year ma ịma onye nọ final year, ma ọ bụrụ na enwere onye mana ịma onye nọ skuul, send elu ya ka ha fụ ya, ka uche ha dị ya, so that ka ha na-akwadokwa project ha ruo mgbe ọ ga-adị ready ha submit. Iklik na that flyer, ị ga-afụ the full details about it. Ọ dị ebe a, link ihe eji wee submit, gụọ more about project, the competition. Ọ dị ebe a na link ihe eji wee submit. When you any question, you can always reach out to me, or you can reach out to Chuka. So these are some of the things we are starting off just to encourage education in the Southeast. And we'll also have plan when came either next month or next month. So because if I believe for Mama gave again, we'll detail and eating period and eating period. We could see a guiding on here. One problem, no solution. Mana ife na-adịghị mma oge ụfọdụ bụ na anyị bịa na-ekwu maka problem anyị na-ekwu ya dịka ndị a na-emegide ma ndị na-ama solve. We can solve our problem. See, Nigeria ọ dị good. Anyị na-survive. You understand? Despite all the odds against us, we are not nke anyị ọbụrụ nke anyị kasị njọ. Ị na-anya na Nigeria today, asị gị na the purchasing power bụ na the highest position region ebe nwere the highest purchasing power bụ na Southeast. You understand? But now the same Southeast ka a ga-asị gị na enwere ife gọọmenti na-eme a na-afụ anyị. That means na anyị na-agba mbọ. So ọma lụzi na maybe ife gbasalụ ndozi obodo ma ife gbasalụ ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ya na-ana azụ. Mana ọ ga-adị mma na ịchịkọta onwe anyị ọnụ, maka a sị na anyị ụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ọgbọ ofufe. biko ndị na-ekwu okwu tata ma ndị na-ekwu okwu ugbu a biko ọ ya erute ọnụ ọ maka ndị na-ete kịta anyị anọghị ebe a sinsi ụtụtụ short some of us sinsi abalị alahụbeghị ụra maka ha na-achọ ka a ga-esi wee mee ka ihe dịtụ mma n'anya you understand na okwenụ ka ọ dị nọ ndị Igbo ka a ga-asị na emere ya ndị niile ajụ oyi you understand so biko your voice your tweet your post ma ọ na Facebook o ma ọ na Twitter o ma ọ na Instagram o ma ọ na TikTok ha nche niile so n'ife a na-eme you understand keep the fire burning don't stop. Understand? Keep asking them questions because Hannah Chokita creates a diversion. Can I divert the conversation? Because you understand? Keep firing on. So because I could Tata, I use tweak it. Come back later, and then if you have more questions on about how to reach out to Cora, you can send them. You can message the handle, the Cora handle, or you can reach out to Choka, or you can reach out to me. Yeah. So just have it at the back of your mind. So
accept the explanation I've given as the truth on this matter. I apologize and take full responsibility, not just in words. I want to say being